Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, September the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me. How about guys in YouTube? I know we had a problem yesterday in YouTube at the beginning. Guys can hear me in YouTube, see my screen. So let's take a look at Oracle. So Oracle released earnings after hours yesterday and got thumped down. Yeah, little bit of a pop here to 128, but after that, 114 this morning for ORCL, Oracle. Great, thank you guys in YouTube. So we don't have the same issues we had yesterday. Oh yeah, Oracle to be watched obviously all day long. See whether or not it has a pop or if it continues down. It looks like there is some support around 112.85 for Oracle, a couple of lows on the daily chart. And then the MLTX, yeah, so the MLTX, this is basically profiting on a rival's bad news. And that the rival being first of all, let's take a look at SLRN. SLRN is now an all-time low, relatively new issue. I guess it IPO'd back here in May, earlier this year. And yeah, anyway, bad news for this company, and it's an all-time low now, SLRN. And I guess MLTX has a rival drug. So one man's misfortune, another man's profit, right there, MLTX. Now, also, I noticed about 4 or 5 analysts have got some pretty lofty price targets, ranging from $70 to $76 for MLTX this morning. Bitcoin. Yeah, look at Bitcoin. I'm just going to, instead of looking at individual stocks like Riot and Hut and all the Bitcoin players, look at BITO guys. So Bitcoin up huge. And I'm looking at now, I granted it might not be completely real time, but my Bitcoin says up about $1,000. If I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. Now, ASTI, at least our provider has it correctly. Probably one of the biggest reverse splits I've ever seen, 1 for 200 reverse split. So that float now is no longer 27 million. Okay. So this is an insanely low float. Probably about 135,000 shares now in the float for ASTI. So, it's up 19%. But remember, this is a 1 for 200 reverse split. GERN, GERN, GERN. For whatever reason, Goldman has decided to put a price, or gone from neutral to buy with a price target of $4 for GERN. Now, GERN coming into the 200-day moving average, 277. So it's very close to the 200-day moving average. Site, SGHT, all-time low. The quick headline that I read, something about maybe having problems with getting coverage, healthcare coverage, or something to that effect. So anyway, this is an all-time low. SGHT is an all-time low. Let's see if this one is holding its gains. LYRA, LYRA. And this is phase 2, positive phase 2 data. So kind of holding its gains, but I mean, this got up to 642 pre-market and then pulled way back down to 445. So this is all over the place. And then, not last, but last but not least, I should say, COSM. So this is all about guidance. They don't issue until trading higher after the company and issued guidance saying it expects to achieve over $180 million in gross revenue, annual revenue, et cetera, et cetera. So this is all about guidance. Now, I don't really remember this day or this week. I really don't remember this, CLSM when it popped up to $23, $24. This is back in, December of last year. I don't really remember that. You guys are talking about, CVS. First target of $80 by Wolf Research. And they're basically reaffirming companies previously announced full year. They don't announce until, November 1st, till a ways off. So MLTX, guys, I mean, that has to be probably our number one focus for both directions. Not a ton of shorts available. There's 66,000 available interactive brokers. But again, this is just basically profiting on some other company's bad news, rival companies' bad news. But again, we've got a bunch of, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. We've got a bunch of, so here's another one. Well, Cantor Fitzgerald is the low ball here, $65. But you've got, well, Wedbush, a lot of Jeffries. So now it's ranging from $65 to $76 price targets by different analysts for MLTX. Let's take a look at Tesla after yesterday's big run. Yeah, still hanging in there. I mean, it's down $2, but that's only 0.91%, so still hanging in there. All right, yesterday did not have a chance to look at the upgrades and downgrades, but don't have the YouTube problems today. So let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning, if there's anything interesting. So what I'm looking for is to see if there's some price target that's way above the current price. Okay, and I can't tell that until I start looking at the charts, but I'm just trying to see if there's anything that looks really outlandish. There's that Goldman upgrade for GERN. I really don't see anything here on the upgrade side. CTRE. Let me just take a look quickly at CTRE. CTRE. So Bank of America, sorry, RBC has put a $23 price target on them. No volume though. OFIX, let's take a look at OFIX. This is probably from UReal. Yeah, OFIX. So were they turfing their CEO? Interim CEO, yeah, Jeffrey. Okay. Okay, so ah, yeah, so this is pretty critical, almost an all-time high. Sorry, all-time low. Firing, wow, firing CEO, CFO, well, I never heard of this one. Well, chief legal officer, we'll call that the CLO. Wow, okay, all terminated. Boom. OFIX, thanks, Real. Oh, I see it right there. I don't know why I didn't pick that up. It's right there, yeah. Down 20%, OFIX. Definitely, definitely one to watch. I mean, it's almost an all-time low now. OFIX. I guess the all-time low is down here, 1363. Mm. However, is it shortable for us? Yes, lots of shares, 1.76 million shares available. Hmm. Hmm. Now, the fact it's down 20%, so that uptick rule is definitely going to be in effect. Okay, well, let me take a look at some of these upgrades now. Or sorry, downgrades. Just let me, I have to get this thing thumbnailed, OFIX, so I do not lose sight of it. All right, let's take a look at some of the, wow, now here's a big downgrade. Now, let's just see what the price is now, though. Let me just get some of these in and then I'll take a look at some of these prices. RTX continues to be downgraded after yesterday's shellacking. Site, well, Site has been downgraded by three firms, but it's already at those price targets they're talking about, and that's SGHT. Ah, sorry guys, I accidentally put them in lowercase. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to really, I want to watch this OFIX. Right now, the bid is not great, or the spread is not great, 1450, 1476. GERN on that Goldman upgrade is romping here. Boy, that spread just really widened. 1440, 1476. And that is for the OFIX. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Now we're in for a negative open. We are in for a negative open, so let's take a look. Click on New, then Dock Channel Bar, and then click on Show More. Sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. The XLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% green. What does that mean? It means that 95% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. Now, if you recall, though, yesterday, 100%, when we looked yesterday, 100% of them were up from Friday's close. But then when we looked at it, the change from the open, most of them had drifted down. Okay, so yes, they were a lot of them were still up from the previous day's close, but once the market opened, energy stocks started to drop. Not saying the same thing's going to happen, but I want to do a quick look to see. I want to see financials, XRF, XLF. Sorry, XLF. Okay, so what I'm looking at, I just want to see where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average. So financials are still above the 200-day moving average. Retail continues to move away from the 200-day moving average. Just watching this OFIX, guys. I mean, I may try to take some right now, just a bit, make sure I get some in case it not able to get any on well where I want it anyway on the because of the uptick rule once the market opens. Forgot to mention CBay, guys. So CBay is all-time high again, all-time high again. And they've actually upsized public offering. I mean, price 1713, 1713. So market is rewarding them right now. They're not punishing them for this offering. It's above the offering price at 1713. SGHT continues to sink, guys. SGHT all-time low. So a bunch of downgrades for it also. I think it's something to do with in your healthcare system. There's some talk about maybe this product, whatever they do, will not have the coverage, something like that. I did see that also real, but the other thing I did see something about their coverage, in your country. Well, even in our country, I mean, some services are just not covered by healthcare, and I think that was the what I read, that there was some jeopardy of that happening. All right, let's take a look at anything else. So there's a real cheap one, ENTX. I mean, yeah, I don't care about this one. So yeah, so SLRN all-time low now. This is the news for it. Skin disease drug fails to meet efficacy bar in trial. What phase was it? Mid to late stage trial. So, man, I was thinking of shorting that COSM at COSM, but I didn't do it. There are quite a few shares available. Well, you know what? None available now at Interactive Brokers. There were, maybe there weren't a lot available, but there was definitely some available. Not anymore at Interactive Brokers anyway. So let's take a look. There are some earnings plays. I mean, the MRTX is an earnings play. I'm sorry, MTRX is an earnings play. Nice gap up. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is about 953. Okay, Lululemon a little bit weak on no volume. CGNT is another earnings play, another or well, obscure one, cheap one. CGNT. Don't like it. I look left. I just see a bunch of stuff in the way, perhaps, on the daily chart. If it were a straight shot to 6 before we can see the next high, that would have been a lot better. Of course, very few earnings plays. Then the big one, Oracle. Oracle, that's on the downside. And I don't see, well, Genius, who cares? GNS. Anything in a 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play today. So I'm sure all eyes will be on Oracle to see what happens. Will it remain here? Will it bounce? Will it continue to move down? As I said, I think there's some support. Looks like there's pretty decent support around, say, around the 113 level. So a couple of dollars away. All right. Looking at, yeah, Mara still has that overhang of the financing. So Mara, yeah, it's up, but well, actually, it's up 4.77%. Take a look at Bitcoin, BITO, Bitcoin ETF. Bitcoin, yeah, so it's about the same. So Mara is up the same, about the same amount as Bitcoin. Well, the BITO is up. I know it's not a completely direct correlation to what Bitcoin does, but good enough for me. CRNX guys, I'm hearing CRNX, probably a little pop here. Hmm. Announce a proposed public offering. The big day yesterday. Big day yesterday. That's right. Up to $29. Closed here at 25. Proposed public offering. See if they have a price. Well, at least they're doing the right thing. You know, you get a huge pop in share price for some news. Then you try to take advantage of it and do a financing. Yeah, well, my number one focus, guys, OFIX. Want to see what happens here. I might, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing, but I might try to get a little bit before the market opens. Spread is a little bit of an issue, but I can always try to go in between at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I saw Canopy a little bit weak this morning. No, not super, at least when I saw it. Yeah, not well, it's down 10% at 17 cents. Not horribly weak. Let's take a look at MSOS. If there's a bit of a pullback yet. Not really. I mean, not really. I mean, it's down 6 cents, but CBA continues higher here, guys. All-time highs every time. And again, we don't count the pre-market, but all-time highs. Excuse me. So SLRN continues to move down here, guys. All right, we've got about 2 minutes to the open. Okay, ASTI, yeah, moving. Remember, this is a 1 for 200 reverse split. So really, they have about, I don't know, call it 140,000 shares in the float. Very, very low. Okay, because that float of 27 million is not adjusted yet. They get adjusted twice a month. Usually, we'll call it the 15th and 30th. Okay, guys, I think there's 1 minute to the open, guys. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I might make an exception right now with the OFIX. It's up to you. Up to you. So keep an eye on the MLTX. MLTX has some shorts available. A lot of shorts, actually. Yeah, a lot. Well, like 64,000. Just in case this doesn't hold. Remember, it's profiting on the bad news from another company. But there have been a bunch of price targets put on this, ranging from I think 65 to 70, 75 or so. What more do you need to look at, Captain? And 1 for 200 reverse split. That's about it for ASTI. All right, we're open. LAC on yesterday's news continues to move here, guys. LAC continues to move. And we're in, tries to say we're in for a weak open. Nas is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. How's Oracle doing? ORCL. All right. So SLRN is showing up already in my 10-day daily breakdown. And sometimes I take these early when it's a lifetime low. WRK is trying to do a deal with a European packaging company. WRK merger with some European packaging company. Holo got halted, guys. Wow, now this could go crazy. There's a low float. Holo, yeah. So this hit the day it started trading as Holo up to $35. I sort of remember that day or that week. This is back in about a year ago. GoDaddy, I think Real mentioned something about GoDaddy. Haven't seen them for so long. All those Super Bowl ads they used to do. Well, when you say diluting at the open, I mean, it did a 1 for 200 reverse split. I don't know if they're going to dilute, but they did a 1 for 200 reverse split today, effective today. That's for the ASTI. Zion popping here, guys. ZION. Again, this is super early. I don't like to trade this early. The next high looking left is $37 for ZION. Yeah, PCT guys, PCT on the way down and right at the 200-day moving average. PCT right at the 200-day moving average, 780. So it's right at that level. Problem is, looks like you could have some support around 750-ish. That's for the PCT. That finger from yesterday, FNGR, was a big one from yesterday, or actually the last few days. This is starting to trend lower here. CMA Comerica. So I don't know. Is there something going on with the banks? CMA, Zion. Oh, Zion was moving higher though. All right, so holo, HOLO, halted, and the next high looking left is 1123, 1080. So right now, there's if you were in this one, that's not what you want to see. You want to see a price above the halt price over on the right hand column. Doesn't necessarily mean that not going to be, but there it is, 1090. Now, if the 5 minute halt, this will open at 937 plus 19 seconds. All right, CRNX on that financing news is not being hit at all on that financing news. There's a Bitcoin play, BITF. So, okay, Docu guys. Now, Docu had a horrible day yesterday. It's basically down all day. Sorry, Docu, not. It's like the oils are surging here, guys. Energy plays. Look at Oxy. Oxy's on the way. Remember, oil or the energy plays were strong this morning. Hive is a daily reversal. At least it was. Remember, with Bitcoin sort of falling for the last week and a half or so. Anyway, here's Hive. Oh, is it ever? MLTX is really moving lower now. MLTX. Okay. Come on, OFIX. Just need that ask to catch up to the bid for OFIX. Love to see it here also. Love to see it here. Mm, Skin, guys, skin on the move here, but probably coming into a lot of resistance right around 634-ish. Okay, so even Mara. So Mara is bouncing. That Mara is a daily reversal, okay? Down yesterday, up today. Okay, that's a daily reversal. Moving with Bitcoin, of course. If there's any news on this PCT. I don't see any news on this PCT, but this is just getting hammered here. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 753. 753 was the price, right at 936. 715 now. All right, guys, SLRN just continues down here, all-time low, all-time low. Big market spike, big market spike. Opening 15-minute candle, super green right now. Boy, PCT just getting slammed here. This was the again. I mean, William was saying it should go down to zero, but I don't see any specific news on it today. Cannabis play, ACB, sorry, ACB showing up on the abnormal option activity also, ACB. Price it trades option. Wow, 18,000, 3.5 times normal. You know what? I'm out of the OFIX, guys. Basically, yeah, made a little bit. I was really thinking once it looked like it was really going to start to crater, but down to 1423, but it's bounced off that. So I'm out of my OFIX short. Just made a little bit. I was hoping it would go down a lot further. All right, guys. Wolf. Wolf is a again a reversal. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, if that 215 weren't there, the next highs are around 235. That would be nice. But the next high in the daily is at 215. That may stall it. And the WULF. Yeah, good exit for me so far on the OFIX. Maybe look at it later. Maybe it's a bet. Maybe it's a big bounce play now. Well, PAVA is an all-time low, guys. CAVA is right now an all-time low. CAVA. All-time low for Cava, CAVA. Oh, okay. There's CGC. You're right. CGC bouncing, not bouncing so much as it's now just gone mildly positive, almost at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 179. There's another daily reversal, IREN. Now, what sort of room does this have? Same thing, I mean, I wish this had a clear shot to 545 before it hit the next high. The next high, though, is 492 for our IREN. That MLTX is right sitting on the whole number, $60, 60.03, I think. MLTX, $60. I think if it gives that up, that's a big deal. Continuing to watch the CAVA guys, the CAVA, all-time low. Decent volume, 13 times normal. So after that first big green candle, there's a bit of a sell-off. Now the next 15-minute candle on the SPY is turning red. You got to work 23 hours a day though, Phoenix. You get about an hour sleep. WE, we work. We work. One of the biggest fiascos for SoftBank. All right, some guys, some coming into the 200-day moving average. Maybe that'll hold it. SUM. All right, another bounce here, guys. FFIE, this has been a hammered down stock, this Faraday. And another one that's trying to bounce here. Don't trust them at all. I mean, how much further is it going to go? I mean, this has just been absolutely crushed. $28 stock, not that long ago. I mean, this is back in early August. So a little over a month ago, this was a $28 stock, $4 now. So yeah, it's having a little bit of a bounce, but probably on absolutely no news. All right, well, Cava unfortunately did not. I was kind of hoping it would really crater, but not so far. All right, SFWL. Shoot, missed it. Saw the halt. So this is an all-time high. This is a China stock. I remember when this one opened. I do remember this, guys, and for almost a month and a half, it did absolutely nothing. And look at it now. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if this is going to hold. Oh, okay, it didn't. So I looked at, here's the halt for the SFWL 1353. When I first looked at it, first, but 10 seconds ago, it said 28 potential open. It still says 16. So this appears it's going to be the crazy one of the day. Again, this is the bid ask, but of course it changes. Now let's take a look at this one, MDAI. I don't know if this is an AI play, has AI in the name, of course, but this is halted on the way down. This looks like it's a okay. This must be a SPAC that turned into MDAI today. It was trading in the pre-market. That's typically what happens. Don't see any news on it. But it's definitely an AI play. Yeah, it says predictive, etc. So it's an AI play. So Oracle is weakening, guys. Yeah, Oracle is really weakening now. I thought maybe this 112 might hold it, but nope, not yet anyway. So on the weekly chart, the next low looks like it's about 110, 110.68-ish. If it takes that out, the next low underneath is 104.58 for Oracle. And that's ORCL. All right, well, FFIE definitely on the roof here, guys. The next high looking left is 438, so there is a little bit of room for FFIE. I mean, it's extended now, but definitely some room if it wants to keep moving before it does hit that next high. FFIE guys, definitely strong. Now, if you took this one, the next high looking left is 438. That's on the daily chart. Okay, this is a reversal now, turning into a reversal for LYRA. It's still up, but it is reversing. Had some news, phase two results. I guess they were positive, but it spiked up to 640 pre-market, almost dropped $2 from there. Okay, now OFIX is down again, but typically what we've seen when you get devastating, well, it seemed like devastating news, firing all the C-suiters, usually it's a straight down and a little bit choppy. I mean, it might be a delayed reaction on the way down, but I shouldn't say usually because and I think in the past we've definitely seen when you get really devastating news like that, the CEO or CFO are fired. Usually the stock just completely craters right off the bat. Um, So this is halted again. It's, yeah, okay, I have, wow, 1647 for SFWL. Well, it's halted, yeah, right? SW, so it's halted. I don't know about reading, it right. I mean, again, I just rely on my Interactive Brokers, so it's telling me right now, potential open at 1617 now. But you don't have Interactive Brokers, do you, PJ? You have something else. Okay, guys, Riot's over 11 now. Riot over 11 over that whole number. Bouncing, of course, with Bitcoin. Okay, Lyra. Well, Lyra looked like it was going to move down, but LYRA, maybe now it's going to move higher. It sort of was what we call a gap up and reverse. I don't know when this was halted because again, it's one of these SFWL resumed at 9:52, and it probably popped so quickly that we don't have the halt. But I'm gonna suggest it was 9:52 plus a few seconds, maybe 30 seconds. So obviously this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt, and it's going to be probably more than a 10-minute halt. Yeah. Again, a bit of chop of the things that thanks, Real. A bit of chop in the things that I'm looking at again, kind of like yesterday. Well, I'm going to have to stick an alert. I want to know when it opens. It'll obviously open above 1360 or 1353, so I'll put a price alert. Okay, so much for that Goldman upgrade to $5 or $4 for GERN, GERN. It was short-lived. I think Skin had some news, guys. SKIN. I think it had some news. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. I don't know. I don't quite get this one. I mean, the WRK, this is supposed to be a merger, a potential merger. Of course, it may not happen with some a European paper company. $11 billion merger deal. I don't know who's buying who though. WestRock. Well, looks like they are being bought. The CGC bearish after that. Let's take a look. I'd say it's pretty bearish. I mean, it got up to, well, there was a high, probably a daily high that I can't see in the daily chart. Got right up to that 192 and then a big sell off. FFIE guys still very strong after that pullback to about $4. Okay, here's another. Wow, look at this one. NTRS. Holy smokes. Didn't see this one. Didn't trade in the pre-market. NTRS. Look at this thing. Crater ring. NTRS just absolutely getting hit here. Don't see any specific news on it. There's got to be something going on. I mean, the next low looking left on the daily chart still has some room. $70, 70.75. Underneath that, around 70. Maybe 70 holds it. Can't see any news on this one though, guys. NTRS. Nine and a half times relative volume. So it's definitely trading extraordinary. Elite. But based on everything else I've seen, this is probably going to have a bounce in it. And there's the bounce. FFIE guys. Now that's coming right into that high I was talking about on the daily chart. I think it was around 434. FFIE. FFIE guys continuing to move here. The next high now, 471 for FFIE. I think a bounce. I don't think there is any specific news on it. It's just one of these ones that's just been beaten up for weeks and weeks. Traders are piling into it today for really no reason. Now, I shouldn't say that. There might be something out there, but I can't find it. Okay, so Okay, so SFWL just did open. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute, guys. I'm in something and I got to really pay attention to it. All right. Well, I escaped. I escaped. I almost had an inputting error on this SFWL. I was trying to get out way up here and I couldn't quite get it. This is just a complete casino play. But I did escape. Yeah, MLTX. I notice it's I have that thumbnail just underneath 60 now, 59.74. Wow, FFIE guys. Hope somebody took this one. I mean, this is just tremendous percentage move now. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just adjusting something on my other monitor. Okay, I am caught up to date now. So MLTX, yeah, 59.28 now. I'm sorry, it got down to 59.28. A little bit of a bounce, so it still hasn't really taken out that 60 in a big way yet. I'm not sure there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for FFIE, the short sell. The answer, oh yeah, 277,000. Pretty strong though, still. Very strong still. Remember Bull from yesterday? So this is looking shortable to me. I mean, this is not an all-time low, but I mean, this just doesn't trade well at all intraday. Usually gives it all up. Underneath 10, next low looking left is 878. Is that right? Let me just do a quick look. 990. Yeah, it looks like a couple at 990. If it takes out 990, then the next low looking left on the weekly chart for Bull, BOWL, is 869. Well, that OFIX just doesn't want to move now. RTX continues down, had more downgrades this morning. RTX continues down. CGNT, guys, this is an earnings play, a real cheap earnings play. CGNT, unfortunately, to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 6 on that weekly chart. So it's not of interest to me. Morning, Sola. And you guys are talking about Carvana, CVNA. Unbelievable. Yeah. Well, $57 maybe in sight. Yeah, small breakdown for OFIX. I can't remember, seriously, I can't remember seeing any more damaging news than getting rid of every single, well, not maybe not every one of them, but a bunch of C-suiters being fired all at once. Well, look at Conagra. Oh man, look at this one. I mean, this has just been $38 down to $28 in about 3 months, I guess. This is a big float. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I just conversing with some people at Trade Ideas. Um, yeah, WE. Wow. I mean, that is a take a look at this one on a reversal. I did not take this one. I did not take this one. But what a star from 3 to 450. What a percentage move. All right. Well, OFIX is starting to drop here. It is starting to drop. Now, I'll be watching this SFWL later on. See if it maybe gets back up to 16 or something. It may not happen, but guys, are you seeing a real slowdown in our charts? I'm really having a real slowdown in our charts today. So it must be the server. It depends on the server you're on. 'Cause I'm definitely seeing a slowdown. So look at Mara now, guys. Wow, got up to $11, right back down to 1033. So I don't know what Bitcoin is doing, but no, Bitcoin is still moving higher. So Mara is not. Well, wait a minute. Make sure. Yeah, I mean Bitcoin's falling a little bit, but certainly Mara with that financing is still hanging over its head. I mean, look at that. All right, guys. There's the SFWL kind of popping a bit. I think if it gets even into the 14s, that might give it another lift. I'm definitely interested later on. Polo halted again on the way up or on the way down? Ooh, on the way up. All right. Been all over the place today on the halts. Look at this. I mean, it got halted, then it moved all the way back down. This is a real erratic one. All right, guys. Let's see. Almost 10:30. It's been an exciting morning, that's for sure. DEN, almost an all-time high. DEN, energy play. Yeah, so I did not short this one, the FFIE. I'm really bad at that. Trying to figure out where a top is. Well, bad. I mean, it's very difficult. Really difficult to try to figure out where a top is. It's something that is just soaring. You can look at channels and all that, I know, but sometimes it just doesn't matter. I don't know what's happened to the SPY chart for me here. Let me just go to another time frame. So let's just put this in context here. This $9.05 price you see for ASTI, that's really a 4.5 cent stock, guys. Remember, they did a 1 for 200 reverse split. So this is a 4.5 cent stock. I just don't have the confidence in this OFIX that it's going to really, really keep cratering. 1363 is the next low looking left, looks like on the daily. I'm sorry, on the weekly chart. Actually, 1425 on the weekly chart. That may have held it up a little bit. It got right down there. The low today is 1425, and the low that week is 1425. So look how choppy these things are. This NNN showed up on my or sorry, NN showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 515, got up to well, right there, and then topping tails, topping tails. Yeah, I don't know anything about Holo other than what it did in the past. I don't know if there's any news on this one today, but it's way too erratic. I mean, we a lot of stocks are erratic. This sort of takes a cake today, though. I mean, it's halted and then moves all the way down, gets halted, moves up, halted, now moves down. I mean, it's way too erratic. Nope, no news. Not that I can see. Again, anybody wondering why does this happen? I mean, they had some news yesterday, but no, on the 8th, develop it. It's an AI it's an AI play, but I don't think there's any specific news today. Boy, I missed the boat on WeWork. Just absolutely missed the boat on it. WE. Hard for me to find an entry though. Certainly looking at the 15 anyway. There's one way above the channel, I'm sure, real. This one's got a little bit of room, guys. SLCA, when you look left on the weekly chart, anyway, the next high is almost at 15. So SLCA has some room. I think to see it pause here a bit. All right, guys, let's see if this MLTX has any. I mean, it's been drifting down. I like the way it's holding underneath 60. I mean, basically profiting on another company's bad news. I don't think they didn't have any specific good news for themselves, but they have a rival drug. Other companies' drug cratered. There are a bunch of price targets set on this one. I think from the low was 65, I think, and up to 76 by various analysts, but definitely kind of weakening. And that's the MLTX. And look at this. I mean, look again how this market is. Big, giant, nice, big green candle to open the day. Got it chopped around a little bit, and then a giant red candle now. So we're in another choppy environment. Oh, that's okay, William. Oh, that's okay. But thank you for letting me know, obviously. All right, guys. While I'm waiting, no, did they have shorts? Really? You're right. 870,000 shares. I am amazed. Yeah. For SFWL. I didn't do it, obviously, but boy, these are, yeah, there's something along with a server or something because these charts are so slow for me today. All right, guys, time to talk a little bit about my homepage and what you'll be able to find. Okay, guys, put my homepage link in is what you're going to find. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you wanted to take out an annual, just let me know. I can get you 25%. Okay, we obviously it'd be a different promo code. If you do decide to take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Your download and install, first startup and log in, get down to introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows. First thing you have to do. New to trading, we have a course for you. In fact, Michael Knox will be in our YouTube room today between 12 and 1. I'll confirm that. And this is his video series that he put together. Daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your, if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Education section is here. We've got a great education section. Here's our user guide. Getting started again. We hammered this point home. If you don't do it, I'll have no patience. Okay. You ask me a very simple question like, what's an alert? What's an alert window? Seriously, okay. It's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve, and the getting started will get you started. More information, more detailed information about an alert window, top list windows, price alerts, use price alerts. I'll show you how. It's so simple to do. And if you're not, I just don't. I don't care if you use ours or your broker has price alerts, but you should be using price alerts, in my opinion. There's that getting started series again. Now, as I said, Michael Knox will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I do take a break between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, and that's usually Michael's day. Okay, so if you have questions about the Market Explorer, um, he is, he's way more of a swing trader than I am. It's always good maybe to head over and listen to somebody else's perspective in YouTube on the five different traders that go there. And last, if you click on my link and you're looking for my scans, so you'll be at the top. So just scroll down a little bit, and here are my scans. In the middle section, my scans. So these are the ones that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Kind of sets the tone for what stocks may be moving once the market opens. There's the momentum scan right there. There's my abnormal option activity scan right here. This is more information. I don't really call it a scan, but the halts resumes, basically telling you when a stock gets halted and on the resumption. I do have other scans that I'm sharing that you cannot see on my other monitors, especially this one, the 10-day daily breakout and down. So if you do take out a subscription, all I would ask is that you use my homepage link. And again, if you take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, use my homepage link. Use the code that you'll see because it'll change depending on when you look. The reason I ask is that this room is free. We want to keep it that way. The way we keep it that way is if you do decide to take out a subscription, you use my code. Tells the company that the room, it's worthwhile them keeping the room for free. There is a cost, obviously, to run the room, and so that's why they like to see subscriptions coming in to the room through the room. All right, Myo, MYO. How much room does this one have? Not much more. Oh, when you hear me say that, all I'm doing is I'm just looking left on a daily chart. So for instance, when I look left on the daily chart for Mayo, I cannot see any candle looking left immediately. Yes, I could scroll and all that, but instead of doing that, I start checking the weekly chart. And that's when you hear me say I'm looking left to see where the next high is, because that's where a stock could stall if you're going long, or it could stall moving higher. All right, guys. Now, just a quick word about what Trade It is all about. If you're new, first of all, welcome. If you're new, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sometimes the room is open till 4, not by myself. I usually take off at around 3, but somebody else will look after the room. Today, maybe not though. William says that he can't do it. That's fine. One moment, please. Okay, guys, listen, I have to go for maybe 5 minutes. What time is it right now? 10:49. Maybe back by about 11 o'clock, okay? Oops. AM. How about AM? ET, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, what a short this site was. I think somebody took it around four on the short of SGHT. Okay, and again, I'm coming back to a lot of chop in the market. Look at the SPY chopping up and down again. Now, GCT, which was a real flyer, this is a reversal, a daily reversal. I'm going to try to catch these a little bit earlier. All right, OFIX, you are now underneath 14. Well, look at this. I mean, there's the site short. Well, actually, okay, this showed up here in the 10-day daily breakdown at 340, but we knew about this one a lot earlier. Yeah, I was just going to say, Todd, no. I would say the direct opposite. I'm not saying, obviously there was that one, can't remember what it was. It starts with the letter C. But most of the time when they announce a public offering, it means they're diluting, they're issuing shares, diluting positions, existing shareholders' positions, and also it's usually not a good thing for existing shareholders. So no, I would say absolutely the absolute reverse. In fact, when we see one that moves higher, because when they announce a financing, we're always somewhat not amazed, but we're always saying, that's interesting. But it doesn't usually happen like that. Brad, it's impossible to know. Can you explain how one might know ahead of time if a company may release a positive PR? It's impossible to know when or if it'll happen. I always say when a company does a reverse split, it's in their best interest, to try within certainly within a week to put some kind of a press release out. But you'll never know if they will and what effect it'll have. So unfortunately, no. Remember the reason they're doing a reverse split. It's a last ditch effort to regain usually a Nasdaq listing. I mean, look at the ASTI. I mean, this is a 4-cent stock. Okay, they do a 1 for 200 reverse split. And it's just in order so they can maintain a Nasdaq listing. So it's not a good reason. It's not a good thing. Any company does a reverse split, but we've seen over the last several years, yes, that some of these companies they'll try to come up with some kind of a press release, but you never know when it's going to happen. It's a matter of every day you watch, you see some of the reverse splits, maybe put them into a symbol list. Look at the skin. This is a nice one from the breakout now. There's the breakout alert, 10:03, even kind of late. 6:39, 7:17 now. I think they actually had some news. Okay, guys. Let's see. 11:02. Maybe. Boy, charts. Yeah, it's the server. Some server is just not doing well today. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Again, internal discussion. I do like this NN. I really actually like it. I don't like these topping tails. Maybe if it can take out at some time in the future today, that 515 level, get rid of all this. It's not crazy low float, 44 million in the float. And the reason, actually 521, it's got to take out 521. If it can take out 521, which is a high looking left on the weekly chart, then the next high on the weekly chart is 565, which would still be a nice little percentage increase. Hmm. Yeah, the MLPX, I was really hoping it would crater downwards, but it's not really. It's just kind of sitting around that $60 level again. I was really thinking of shorting it right around that 59.50 mark, but I don't know. I think if all those price targets had not been put on it, it probably would have had a further drop. All right, let's look at good favorite indicator, some of the VWAPs here. So let's take a look at 494 is the VWAP for triple double N. So it's holding the VWAP. What do these guys do? Ah, ECT continues down. Ooh, this low looking left is 1459, about a dollar away. Looking for a bounce on this one. Okay, MLTX now down. Okay, but a bit of a spread issue. Not terrible for a $59 stock, but a bit of a spread issue, but a 21-cent spread. Yeah, check the VWAP for SFWL. Way below. Okay. William's favorite stock, HKIT, trying to doing a reversal. I got the alert now because just above yesterday's high. The next high looking left is around 4. So again, this is a wild and crazy one, HKIT. Okay, guys, I will be right back. This is the one I meant. This is probably, Todd, this is the one you were talking about, right? The CRNX doing a financing and popping on the financing news. This is probably the one you were talking about, right? Yeah, it's just not it's I would definitely call it in the minority. AAP guys, AAP. I think you guys were talking about it. Big drop in the pre-market, popped up when the market opened, but now moving down and an all-time wow, an all-time low. AAP, another all-time low. All right, here's a cheap one, guys. IMCC, another cheap one popping up for some reason. Oh, it's the cannabis play. Okay. Okay, double N got up to these the areas where all these topping tails are. The big one to clear though is right here, in my opinion, 521. If it can clear 521, it has a shot to that 565 level. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but all right, guys, 1116. Again, I'm not seeing, I keep waiting on this MLTX. I'd love to short this, but I don't know. It just doesn't really want to crater that much. OFIX, I mean, it's still hanging around 14. I'm not going to lose sight of the SFWL though later on in the day. I think if we can get up to maybe 14 again on some volume, that could get it running again for a while. Very risky, of course. This is an earnings play, guys. MTRX is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. But again, choppy, not really seeing anything that makes me want to either short it or go long. Reminds me of yesterday a little bit right now. The early morning was a lot more exciting, but now we're just getting into that chop fest that we're getting starting to see a lot of. All right, now this one looks maybe a little interesting. AER. It hasn't run away. Still down for the day, trying to recover a little bit here. Obviously, lots of room. The next high looking left is 63, just about $63. So a little less than $3 to the next high. It's through the 200-day moving average, which is 59.83. So it's a little bit above it. Probably need the market on your side, though, a little bit. This is still a stock that is down for the day, and this is AER. If the market started to recover somewhat, this could be, I think, a pretty interesting one over the whole number. So Fingers had a nice comeback. It got down to 643, back up to 710. FNGR, Finger. The next high looking left on the weekly is 716. If it can get through 716, which is a couple of, if it can get through 716, guys, there are a couple of weekly highs right at 716. So I'm going to stick an alert right there at 716. And then if it can get through that, then the next weekly high is $1 away, 819. All right, guys. While I'm waiting, in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Knox will be in our YouTube room. Just go over quickly what traded. There's Kaba. Now, Kaba, was it yesterday or today? This morning. Oh, that's right, Caballetto. Yeah, big day yesterday. Another follow through so far, and that's the CABA. Last week's high. It's taken out last week's high, 1604. All right. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We have screening capabilities, of course. There are a lot of screening companies out there, but we are a real-time scanner. So, for instance, in this momentum scan that you see here, first of all, let me back up. If I right click on it, configure, and of course, I'm sharing this one. So if you want to see what any one of my scans are looking for, you just right click on the scan, configure, and then click on summary. That's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, this is what gives it the momentum. That's why it's named momentum. 1,000% of normal, the volume in the last minute, 400% in the last 5 minutes. So if all these values are met, these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why GPRK, we just got a real-time alert, 11:23 plus 27 seconds. The price was 970. That's why this. All right, there's the NN now, guys. NN. I'm still kind of holding out for a 521 break though. Okay, so that's how that works. We're great at demonstrating real-time alerts. So if you like this, you can have it as it is, of course, but maybe you want to, if you do, you can always make some changes. You can always adjust the price range. Maybe you want it to be between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100. Just change the 1 to 10. Summary, you see how that has now changed. Say okay. Don't forget to save everything you do to the cloud. Okay, you have an individual scan, save it to the cloud. You have a layout, save it to the cloud. There's the finger, guys, FNGR. So these things are starting to move here, and the finger's got some room. We just mentioned that. 826 is the next high looking left. These are a couple of AI alerts, the only ones today. A couple of breakout longs. 494, not huge moves yet, but 4% so far for the NN. So waiting on a 521 break though. That could really get it running. Okay, William, thanks. Thanks for showing up though, as always. All right, so Pava just alerted on me, but I'm just finding it too choppy. This is an all-time low. I mean, well, here's the all-time low, okay? 3609. But I just don't like the way, you have these bottoming tails and topping tails. It's just, for me, it's just hard to stay in the trade. You have to take you have to take fewer shares, otherwise you'll get whipped out of your position. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. I right-click configure. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. And these are all the real-time filters that real-time alerts that we've got. And if I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are our filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, we have so many because company figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So that's why they created so many. But you don't have to learn them all. This is all I use. I just use new highs and new lows. In one scan that I've got, I may start using a new 5-minute high and new 5-minute low in order to catch things maybe a little bit earlier. But other than that, that's all I really do. I create a price range I like to trade, minimum volume that I want. Usually I always have a relative volume, minimum relative volume that I want. The relative volume is so key because if I'm going to day trade, I have to be in stocks that are, that are moving. They're not, so are having abnormal activity. And the relative volume generally will give me those along with the abnormal option activity. So a word about that is I don't trade options, but what this is doing is just finding stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So it allows me to see stocks that again are trading abnormally, but by looking at their options, what sort of option activity is there? So look at skin as an example. SKN, SKIN. So Skin has traded 3,700 contracts a day, which is 3.359% of normal, or ratio, 3.6 times normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days? So this is 3.6 times that average. So therefore it's hitting my scanner. Minimum that has to be is 1.5 times. All right, MLTX maybe takes up 59 now, guys. Be right back. Oh, I'm on mute. I'm on mute. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so a lot of excitement about this one. And a lot of excitement for me now on this one. MLTX. Um, yeah, seven as Casa just or Goods or Casa just posted. Yeah, $9 IPO, 750,000 shares. So a lot of enthusiasm. It's at 14.30 right now. And the halt, let's see where it could open. So no big clue. I mean, 14.30 is in the halt, 14.50, 14.50. So no big clue yet, though it looks, yeah. I'm really interested in this one. I know it's be highly risky, but some of these things just go crazy the first day. But I'm going to wait. I'm not going to pile into it. Love to see it break down below 14.30 somehow, and then come back over 14.30. It may not happen. Yeah, so this is the one that's supposedly going to be doing a merger, WRK doing a merger with another European paper company. All right, guys, yeah, I don't know about my double N about this one. I'm disappointed it broke down below 521. That's where I'm in it. I'm in at 521, 522, excuse me, 522. But I'm not disappointed in this one. All right, so this one opened and it actually moved down. So, however, look where the potential open is $10. So again, where did it get halted? It got halted at 13. All right, I will put an alert at 13. No, this is a huge pullback. It resumed at 14.30, but then it absolutely gave it up. So I'm going to stick an alert, 13.32, see if it gets back over there at least. Now this GCT guys continues down. Boy, what a 18 down to 15.25. Another new low for MLTX. You just keep putting price alerts underneath, keep inducing it down. I have to make up my mind on this double N right now. I want to see that bid get up at least closer to that 519. All right, guys, it's 11:44. So in about 15 minutes, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Michael taking over for me in our YouTube room. Ugh, yeah, this is so much for the enthusiasm. Now 920, basically the IPO price. I am surprised. I thought, where are they out of? We don't have any US company, probably, not China. If it were China, I would anticipate it would be a lot more interesting. So let's just take a look where they're out of. I'm sure they're going to be out of, oh, wait a minute, British Virgin Islands. Actually, this is interesting. So this is a China stock, guys. Incorporated in British Virgin Islands, but I mean, they're out of Macau. That's where their address is. So, hmm, I would definitely be keeping an eye on this. All right, guys, I've covered some of my MLTX. Okay, that might be it. I was actually hoping maybe for a $10 drop. Well, there's a slap in the face for Goldman Sachs with Adjourn, GERN. Putting a $4 price target on it. That's what caused it to pop, and then just absolutely gave it all up on slightly negative now. Okay, OFIX just made a new low. I'm not in this one. I'm not in it. The next low looking left is 1376 on the weekly chart. That could hold it up. Okay. 1376. Yeah, the next low is 1376 on the weekly chart. That could again hold it up. That would be an all-time low if it got down there. That's for the OFIX. All right, guys, I bailed on the double N. I'm going to take a look at it if it breaks over 522 again. I had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. So, but I bailed on it for a loss. All right, guys. Yeah, I just had a confirmation. It'll be Michael Knox in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes while I take my break. Well, this looks like it's obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. I don't know where it got halted. Probably just a little, 11:41, we'll say, just a few seconds. So this is more than a 5-minute halt. Look at GCT. What a great all-day short so far that I'm not in. Tomorrow. Well, how boring is this one now? This SLRN just flat right at $11. SLRN. Okay, Luca. Yeah, look left, look left, look left. I wonder how many times a day I say that. No goods. I'll have to disagree with you on that one. I'm sort of slacking off on my VWAP comments. Ugh. Well, good exit for me on the NN. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. 499. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. or his hour that he's on. Again, remember, if you ask him, well, what do you think about this one? What do you think about that one? He'll answer, but he'll also say, does it meet your trading plan? And if you say trading plan, I don't have one, you better get one. He's going to nag about that, and he should. You have to have some kind of a plan to trade, as opposed to just looking at something. Yeah, I like that one. Do you know why? No, I don't know why. I just like it. Maybe it works for you. I don't know. But you have to have some reason to take a trade. In fact, you should have a bunch of reasons not to take a trade. You should be selective. So anyway, I just put the YouTube link in. I remember Michael is the originator of all of these Market Explorer scans. They're generally for swing trading. Okay, that's why I don't really look at them. But you can ask him questions about this if you want. Ah, miserable this H kit. Okay, glad I backed off on that one. Wow, this WRK just gaining steam on the way down, guys. WRK gaining steam. This is on, I don't know if it's tied into the share price of this European company, but this is the news on this one. It's a European company that they're going to be merging with, assuming it, there's no regulatory hurdles, etc. No, there's a CRNX. Okay, again, yes, this is our, I want to call it, I don't know, maybe 20% of the time, maybe even less. We see a stock that does a financing that actually moves way above the financing price. We do see it every now and then, but it is not common. But look at this one, CRNX. I guess, you can look at it this way, that they're being rewarded for, somehow juicing the share price. I mean, they must have had news yesterday. I can't remember what it was, but they had good news yesterday, but they were able to take advantage of that big share pop to do a financing at way higher levels than, down at 16, where it closed on Friday. So you just look at it this way, they're being rewarded for that. How much are they raising? And it's 250 million shares? No. 250 million shares? So JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Piper Sandler. Well, that's crazy. If this is right, 250 million shares, I mean, there's only 42 million in the float according to us. So, I mean, they'll be diluting like heck. I don't know what price they're doing it at. Somebody confirm that. I mean, they'll be raising a lot of money. I'll give them that, but that is a massive number of shares with that float. $250 million a share. Okay, thank you. Oh, right, right. Yeah, right. There's the dollar sign. Thank you. Of course. Okay, well, that makes a little more sense. So it could be 20, 25 million shares or so. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Mr. Michael Knox, I hear you. Just give me a moment while I put my announcement in that I'll be on mute.
Cool.
On break. Hey guys, so Michael's in the YouTube room right now, so I'll be putting myself on mute. I put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Michael. And Mr. Noss, good morning.
Hey, Barry, what's going on?
What's going on? Well, trying to figure out a way to maybe get into that crazy China IPO.
Yeah,
I know.
there's gonna be a rule soon. There has to be of like a minimum float amount to be listed.
Hmm.
They just have to because these things are they're great for us that know, but how many people are just getting destroyed, either trying to short them or buying them when they're just insane, right? Like
Hmm.
VSF is never going back to that price. Um, so it's right. There's some poor guys that are up here at 80 and just having an awful time.
Sorry, which one are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the NWGL. Which one are you talking about?
Just the VSF.
Oh, VS. Oh, yeah, 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 exactly.
Yeah, it's
Well,
just
there were actually a lot of shares outstanding. It's just well, there are a lot of shares because I think the guy who owns it has 2 billion shares, but it's the share structure that is available to the public.
yeah. So I think the change that has to be made is just there has to be a certain amount of shares outstanding, right? That's why they kind of
Hmm.
have that metric is just to say, right, it doesn't matter if you have a share if that thing's not able to be traded. So,
Right.
um, I guess even without that, right, some people are owning like Peloton at 200 or whatever it was, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just a like
You know,
the
it's amazing. You mentioned Peloton, and I still see Peloton ads. I don't know where they're getting their money for these ads,
no,
but I still see the Peloton ads littered across my. I know you don't have cable or anything like that. You don't watch sports, but
no.
generally that's where they're advertising. And yeah, I'm always amazed because it's pretty costly to advertise during NFL games.
Well, and it could just be a last kind of dying gas. I guess they're doing a lot of stuff where they're trying to allow like rentals and
Yep.
things like so they're trying, but it's just but I just
Hmm.
look at these companies with nothing. This was the biggest automotive maker in the world for a second there, and it's like
Hmm.
it sold
Yeah.
like it only sold like 3 cars. It's like at some point they have to do something and say, okay, listen, if you have a minimum of you know 10 million shares outstanding, you can't be
Right.
traded, right? Just something uh just to help in some way.
Hmm. Well, I'll let you answer Randall. He's got a question, so I'll let you
Cool.
answer him, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you then.
Okay. Bye bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So if you're new here, every day at noon Eastern, someone comes in, gives Barry some much needed time off, and we chat about the markets. We try to figure out what's going on with trade ideas. Is the main point of this is to make sure that we have support in place for anyone who's got any questions. They've um, bought a trade idea subscription and you don't know what to do, or generally we devolve a little bit into just chatting about trading. But again, the point is just to say, hey, uh, if you're confused at all, we're here for you, and we have once an hour. So the um So I'm sorry, I'm just reading Randall's question. Can you alert me near the end of the day when a daily bullish candle has formed? So first, what is your definition of a daily bullish candle? That's going to be the most important bit. Um, there's a couple hundred different candlestick patterns, and some of them people consider bullish, some people don't. Now, I can go into the download here, but the only thing that I can think of is just live just after the close. So you need to share screen. We can go into the download here. And let's just bring up alert window. I was just looking at that crazy one that Barry was talking about. So if we go into any sort of table and configure any top list or any alert window, and you'll get here. The idea is simply, if you go to add existing list and go down to daily, we have all these candlestick patterns here. I think this is going to be your best bet. Now, of course, a candlestick isn't formed until the close, so these will change after the close, because until then you're just kind of guessing what the candlestick will be, right? So you'll have to go through and kind of figure that out. But I would say, right, because of the subjectivity of a lot of this stuff, if your selected list you talked about isn't too long, then you just kind of go and tab through those, right? But you'll just need definitions of what is a candlestick pattern to kind of even get started with that, right? Because that's what I do. I trade off the close, and what I do is I go through my price alerts that have triggered, right? That's how I find it. So these are starting from urban up. These are all my price alerts that have gone live. I haven't traded any of them today, but basically what I'll do is I'll just tab through these at the end of the day just to kind of figure out what it is of these that I'm going to change, right? And then, I can do up to like 100 in quickly and then narrow in on those, right? So as long as you're less than that, it should be really quick to kind of go through that. Now, if you want to, see how many are up a most or down the most, then um, you could say, you could take that list and sort it and say, right here, show me the ones that are up the most or something. But like, again, a bullish candlestick, you need way more definition of that. But you change the time frame of a day for only the last 30 minutes. Not too sure what you mean, but basically I only trade on the close for a lot of reasons, like, well, and this is a perfect one here on Canva, right? So, or Carvana. So Carvana, I'm interested above this level right here, right? The massive short float still has me interested, but I want to see it above this area, and I want to see it close above this area. So I seen it, it alerted me on the open that occurred, but I'm not interested in that right now. But that's what I'll do when the market closes, right? I'll zoom in here, and 30-minute for swing trading is kind of my execution time frame, right? So I use weekly for overall trend, and then I use daily for kind of the intermediate pattern that has me interested, and then 30 minutes for execution. So for me, I'm not interested until, right, so it's noon now. So if anytime kind of now or on, if it gets back above 42, then I'll take that trade. So that's how I use just the multiple time frames. Is right. Step one, is it actually doing what I want it to do, right? So this RTGI, I want this a little bit higher. Grove triggered and then sold, right? Grove, I want to see this over 3, right? So I have all these kind of stuff, right? So the traditional bullish candle, again, there's like 100 of them, but again, the only way you can check to see for those symbol lists is go add existing, go to daily, and then here's all the traditional ones, and you can just check those. Those will be everything that are showing bullish candle sticks, right? The The problem could be country, and I haven't heard an earnings report of VSF. Why is it selling off? VSF was just one of those. It was just a mania, right? So it's pictures of monkeys, tulips, VSF. Put it all in the same thing. Like again, and I know we've been over this a bunch of time, Michael. Markets don't move on fundamentals. They don't move on earnings reports. They don't move on any of that stuff, right? It's all behaviorally driven. The difference between fundamentally the company up here and down here has been absolutely nothing. Nothing has changed, right? This is why, again, we don't look at fundamentals at Trade Ideas. None of us pay attention to that stuff. Recent news events I know Barry will look at, but that's about it. Because again, there's a million examples like this where this thing went from 20 to 80 back to 20 and absolutely nothing fundamentally has changed, right? It was just people saw that it was going up and then it had a very low float, so they chased it up. And then when those people sell, the people who chased it up too far and didn't have an exit plan, they have to sell, right? So that's just how markets work. If you ever think that markets are very fundamentally driven, and it makes sense, just look up the tulip mania I think it's one of those Nordic countries. But that basically the price of tulips was the most expensive thing on planet Earth for absolutely no reason, except a lot of people thought it was going up, right? So does the system catch bullish candles consistently, or just sometimes? Well, again, it's everything, unless you actually know the mathematics behind how you want to design every individual candle. What is a bullish candlestick is going to vary for everybody on the planet, right? So a hammer could be like, a hammer for some people. If you put 12 technicians in a room, 6 of those would probably think it's a hammer and the other 6 wouldn't. Right? Because, some would argue, it's got too fat of a body to be a hammer, and maybe the bottoming tail is not long enough to really be a hammer. And because it's in the downtrend, maybe the body should be green. Like there's no abject rules on any of this stuff, right? So, of course, there's going to be some things that you may look at and say that's a hammer, and that's not. It's the same as when, the support and resistance scanners that we have in the Market Explorer. Some people will message us and say, "Hey, why isn't this thing picking up this support?" And it's like because it's something like support and resistance, and all these things they're very at support, right? They're very subjective. Again, it's how many touches, right? Technically, so this is saying that's at support. I see it. I see the support here, here, and here. Some people say, no, I want more time between to call it support, or I want more touches for it to be support, or the fact that, this candle was low and that candle was a little higher and this one's a little higher. I don't think that's support, right? It's all very subjective in nature, right? Now, what I do for my own kind of watch list, I have something that like this. I have it on another computer, but this is just my watch list. And what I do to kind of scan to figure out what's going on is I can sort by these ranges, right? So these are all the ETFs that I watch. Again, I've got my actual universe on the other one. Where I can just go through and I can click through, because if I, for example, because what I want to do is I want to compare it to the market, right? So we go to the SPY and we first look there and we say, okay, the SPY, if we just take like the last 10 days, we're actually pretty far off the 10-day highs. So anything that I'm going to consider a strong bullish action, I'm going to double click on the position in 10-day range. And if we bring up Berk B here, we can see that this one's breaking out to new 10-day highs, right? So if we compare that, we go back, we take a look at the SPY, and then look how we are relative to those highs, right? How far away we are from those. And then I go to Berk B, right? Then I can do my analysis as well, right? So if you're looking to cut your 50 and 60 stocks, 50 to 60 stocks you look at a night, and you just want the strongest ones, I don't think scanning for the actual technical candlestick pattern really makes a whole lot of sense, right? you can go through and you can use things like this where you want all the stocks that are up the most, or you want all the stocks that are, whatever is going on with them. Oh, almost knocked over my iced coffee. That would have been bad. And that's how I go about doing that with the symbolist, because the stuff that's in the middle here, I don't really care too much about, because that's going to be pretty much in line with the overall market, right? In fact, if we go, we can see the SPY right here. So everything around this is going to be somewhat similar in that kind of position to those old highs. So I'm interested in the stuff that's way up here, and then I'm interested in the stuff that's way down here. So like, this kind of IWM is something that actually we've been talking a lot about internally at Trade Ideas, because we're all traders, and in different spaces as well, in which the SPY is just really outperforming IWM. And at what point does one of those things break? Because one of those things will break at some point. Either the IWM starts rallying and catching up to the SPY, or the SPY kind of pulls back. But this kind of disalignment doesn't happen for very long. So again, I can quickly go through and you see that there's, I have, I don't know, maybe 50. I don't know how many are on this list, but how quickly I can say, well, I'm only going to look at like, these, and I'm only going to look at these, just because personally I'm comparing them to the market. And then, what I can see here is oil, 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 natural gas, oil, and oil, right? So so that's a way that I would recommend doing it, because then again, if we are, you can sort these by all these different ranges based off what's going on in the market. So, for example, if we were hitting new lifetime highs, then I'd be really concerned with stocks that are in the highest end of their lifetime range, right? Because I want relative strength. That's what I'm after. And then when I'm only looking at 5 or 6, I can simply easily go, is this something I consider a bullish candlestick or not? Right? Because if you're only looking at a handful of stocks a night and that's still too much, then it's like, what are you doing? You really don't like the game, kind of thing. Can I recommend the best trading books? I actually had a Google Drive somewhere. First of all, one of the things I always recommend, because the easiest part of this game is, in my opinion, the like setup and analysis and all this kind of stuff. To me, that's the easiest part of this game, um, which some people hate, because it's like, okay, well, what's hard then? Well, what's hard is strategy development and sticking with a strategy, all the mental side of things. So when it comes to what I think, if someone sat down, there's like, okay, I've only got like one series of books that I could read about trading. For me, it would be the Market Wizards series. The most recent one, which was the Unknown Market Wizards, is great, but all of the Market Wizards are amazing. And they are interviews with top traders. And these aren't like, Lambo dudes that you see on Twitter or whatever. If you made it in the Market Wizard books, you're a big, well-known, reputable name. And the beauty of them is because each book you're going to see like 6 or so people interviewed. The real beauty of that, and what I like about it, is that you're very much seeing into the mind of a whole bunch of different traders in a single book. So, and the goal of it is, I think, to see how these traders, even though they're very, very different, they think similarly in a lot of ways, right? You'll hear certain things repeated across um, all calendars or all traders, where um, the they're looking for asymmetric risk reward, for example, right? So they all understand that they're not going to be right even probably half the time for their career. Like all of them will get that across these hundreds and hundreds. There's probably well over 100 interviewed across the whole series now. None of them care about win rate. The they're looking for a niche, right, is another way to look at it. That's another commonality you'll see. Like they all have, oh, I do this. I'm a sentiment trader. I'm a this. I'm a that. None of them are, hey, I'm a macroeconomics, blah, 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 who also does technical analysis and also does this. And right, they have each of them have their thing that they do. A lot of those things. And then what you'll notice is a whole bunch of difference, right? Some people are technical people, some people are trading off of like sentiment or recent news events or whatever it is. So that's a great series because you just get to see this whole kind of broad thing, and I would pay attention to them and then find it's a way to get exposed to many different trading styles at the same time. And you may find one that really, really interests you, and then you should go do that, right? Because that's important is you can kind of keep with whatever it is you're doing. The that's great for that kind of side of things. And then for the psychology side of things, anything by Brett Steenbarger is a uh, great read. He's got like another 4 or 5 books himself, but he's a psychologist, and his whole thing is he's a psychologist to successful traders like hedge funds and mutual funds and all of these, like the big guys. So that's really cool because you get to, he kind of writes about problems that his traders have had and how he's coached them through it and that kind of thing. And then for technical, I would pick up Brian Shannon's 2 books as a great way to get started. His first one is just technical analysis using multiple time frame, and then if you're interested in anchored VWAP at all, his second one, maximizing gains. But just look for the names. So Market Wizards, Brett Steenbarger, and Brian Shannon. That's kind of thing, right? Will Coco be the next alpha? I hope so. I own a bit. I think what's going on with Coco right now is like a short squeeze, right? Yeah, you can see my price alert in here. I bought, I think on this day, and I had my stop like down here, and it took forever, and then it just exploded the last few days. I did sell a bunch yesterday, just because I was kind of worried about it coming against this high right here, but I still have a good chunk, so it'd be great. But it's got a 14% short float, so again, I don't know how much of this is a short squeeze, but just a great pattern. Right? And big strong stock, right? You want to stick with the strong names. Right? Strong stock consolidates for a number of weeks, gets really, really tight at the end here, and then breaks out. It's like, what else you want? It's a perfect little breakout. Yeah. So someone's basically asking, do we have a strategy of stocks that are have broken a resistance area and have come back to support? Yeah. So if you go under the Market Explorer and then go under support and resistance, we have retest the breakout, we call it. And what you'll find with all these stocks is they're basically doing just that. They have broken some resistance area, right? EFN, and they're above that, and now they're back kind of testing it. So what we're doing is looking for Lulu. So this was yesterday. Yeah, I would still count this, right? Lulu's got this resistance area right here. Boop, boop, and then breakout, and it's coming back to test it. So yeah, I like that one. That's a good little that's one of my favorite setups, right? It's just such a basic, simple setup, right? You're just looking for a prior resistance zone that has broken. So it just shows that it's through it, and then it's going to come act as support. And your goal is to try to see if you can get a good price at that zone. The thing I like about it is not, it's not right all the time or anything insane like that. But what it does is the risk reward on these plays are just insane, right? So say, for example, it's that, you bought it even back through 400 and your stop was this 395. We're risking $5 a share on a $400 stock. You go to the weekly chart. If this thing gets back to new highs, you're making $100 a share, right? So it just gives you a great little, um, again, the risk reward on them is insane. And that's anyone who's followed me for any length of time knows that is my only focus. And I think that just comes from doing this for a long period of time in which I if there is a scan out there or a setup or whatever, I've tried it, and they all kind of converge on being right about half the time. And then so when I'm like, okay, I keep pushing to make my win rate from 50 to 55. If I really, really push it, I can make it to like 60, or maybe I can make it to 70, but then the risk reward suffers. So as soon as I kind of gave up on that quest and I said, you know what, I'm going to just accept that I will be wrong on half of every trade I make until the end of time. So in return, I'm just going to focus on the other side of things. And again, that's part of the whole Market Wizards book that I love too. Right? It's a lot of them. Again, I still have to write up. I know I've been saying this for a while now, but I still have to write up the me passing that prop firm challenge with a 35% win rate. I think that'll be a cool. I have to do the write up on, put it on my Substack and do a video, because I just need to figure out how to properly word it. But that's essentially what happened. It was one of those paid for, you pay them some money, you pass, you get an account kind of challenge things. Yeah, and I had a 35% win rate and I passed it. Right. So it's the sole focus. So like WW, right? I'm in WW. I think I talked about maybe this last week. Right. A little over $10. And I'm going to look to add to this one if it breaks out. And part of the reason for that is this has got a decent little short float, but then also on the weekly chart, it's got a whole lot of room. So if I can get a good kind of trade in here, if I can get a decent little push out of here, I'm only going to be risking like $1, right? So if I can get a decent little push, I get to $5 or $6, and then you do that math and you say, oh well, if you're wrong a 70% of the time, but you're making 5 times as much as you're losing when you're wrong, you're still going to be fine. But I know that's hard for people. WW does look good here. Right, this is for any William O'Neill followers. This is a pretty good cup and handle kind of look. Right, so yeah, just adding that one to the list again. You can see I've already got 2. The original trade I took on this one was here on this breakout, but I had earnings. I just didn't have the guts to hold through, so I took my little pop, moved on, which it looks like was the right move. This was a whole lot of stress for no reason. And then I got back in on this pop, and that working out really well. So I'm just looking to get a third one here. This is, one of my favorite scans too, for people who want to try it out. It's just the volatility contraction pattern. So it's under the Market Explorer. Pretty much everything I use now is under the Market Explorer and under pattern recognition. And essentially what this is just looking for, I talked about this a few times, is just this. Stocks that are in a strong uptrend, and now they're doing some sort of resting action. And most of what I trade is either that or anchored view app pullbacks, because it just kind of aligns with what I'm doing, right? So same thing, nice strong uptrend, and then the volatility is contracting here. So this one is just too slow remover for me. I've got enough oil and gas in my portfolio anyway, but Bullish on Nvidia. I'm not bullish or bearish on anything. I'm a setup trader, right? I have never met a trader who is good at just like pulling up random names and predicting the direction, right? It's just not how trading works, right? So what I do is I have a setup. I trade that setup. I don't see a setup in Nvidia, so I have no idea what's going to happen, right? Because again, my focus is just, can I find a setup that kind of meets my criteria, and then I can milk that. Right? So I don't spend a lot of time focusing on, right? I don't try to predict what the SPY is going to do tomorrow or anything. I look at what sectors are relatively strong and relatively weak, and where support and resistance is. But my job is just to go set up. Again, follow up question: does it look weak? I don't know. It's in an uptrend, but again, I'm a setup based guy, so it doesn't have a setup that I'm interested in. So there's nothing I can do about it. So if I could choose one stock as a long-term investment, what do I choose? Again, I no idea. Right? I'm a setup-based trader. So regardless of whether if it's a long-term investment, I might just use weekly or monthly charts. But again, I don't believe that anybody has any predictive power in the long run for stuff like that. So right? So if I'm looking for longer term trades, then I will just use longer term charts for those trades. But it'll be the same thing. I will look for stocks and uptrends. I will look to get involved in those uptrends, and then I will hold those things in uptrends for as long as I can. Right? Life is a lot simpler if you guys stick in the trading game long enough. You'll start to line up with my thinking, and it makes life way simpler than that. So. Can I say what company I did? I did the challenge with a company called the Fibers, and it's because they can trade forex, and but I mainly did it with equities, the equity markets, and commodities, gold and silver. WBA, there's probably no. It hasn't come across any of my scans, so there's probably no setup for me there. Yeah, I don't know. It's in a downtrend. It's an awful stock. So the challenge, yeah, that's the video I'm going to make about. Not because I passed the challenge, but I thought it was interesting because I passed the challenge with a 35% win rate. So that's kind of the message I want to get on my YouTube channel, is to say, hey, stop trying to predict the future. You can't do it, and consistently you can't do it, and B, even if you can, who cares? Right? You don't have a Back to the Future almanac, right? So just stick to your setups, make sure they have good risk reward profiles, right? Have good risk management stuff. It's funny. It's like everything. It's all the uninteresting, unsexy stuff that makes good traders, right? It's finding their edge, journaling, reflecting on past trades, having some sort of risk management profile, all of these different things. It's not the, hey, I'm really good at reading a chart, which means I can predict what's going to happen next, right? That's not the piece. It's the other side of things. It's the stuff that people don't want to do, right? You could draw parallels to a lot of things like that, right? When it comes to like fitness, most of fitness is just a boring, consistent workout routine, and then boring, consistent, untasty meals, right? But people like really want to, dramatize. If you find the perfect system and the perfect, like when you go to those websites, like the 3 foods to never eat for a flat stomach and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, again, it's the stuff that interests us is quite often not the stuff that in the long run makes us money, right? How long did it take me? I did it in like 2.5, I think 3 weeks. I have it all written down in the Substack. I'm not a good writer. I just got to find the time. Mine, we can only trade the NASDAQ 100. So that'd be like the Qs. So you could use the Qs. Right. And then just understand, especially if you're stuck to a limited index, understand the components of that index. You can just Google it. Um, you know, because then you can study those components, right? If you know that uh, Apple has, oh, they have an event today. That's a perfect example. So Apple is releasing their new phone or whatever today. You know that when that event starts, that Apple is probably going to move, and Apple is a large component of the Nasdaq 100, so that's also going to move as well, right? So it's just, if you're stuck to a single instrument, it still very much makes sense to understand the components, at least the large components of that index, and kind of go as well, right? Is this Chris? No, it's Mike. Do you have any plan to write your own book? Not anytime soon. I don't know. I'll never say no 100%, but not anytime soon. Um, I write. I have a. If you could just Google Michael Knox, I have a daily Substack that I do with a bunch of charts that I'm interested in, and I have a daily YouTube video that I do, and you can check those out. But yeah, I don't plan to write a book. I'm not a good writer. Again, maybe someday. Who knows? Speaking of the cues, a little movement here. Uh, Do I have to start a new account? No, I passed it on. That was the first account. Um, and I'm going to be doing more of that stuff, I think. It's just a good way to prove a point of kind of what's going on, right? And this VTGN's getting tight. NOS. Here, I'll type it in here. If you Google Michael NOS CMT, I'm pretty Googleable. I yammer a lot on the internet, whether it's on Trader TV or whether it's on channels like this or presentations or webinars or live event or sorry, 1 second. Just working in the background. We're squashing bugs. We're doing all the cool stuff. So no problem. I tried trade the pool and I came close. Yeah, I'm not a good day trader. So I tried trade the pool once and I didn't land that. Um and this is why, again, it's so much it's so important to focus on what you're good at. So the reason I chose, and the Fivers is the company that owns Trade the Pool, which is why I went with them, because we have that relationship with Trade the Pool. By the way, if you don't know, um, we have a partnership now with a company called Trade the Pool, which you can Google and find. And if you buy an account or with them, you will get trade ideas kind of built in there for free. So you can give that a shot. And basically, what they are is they're a day trading firm that you pay uh, some money depending on the size of your account that you're going to go for, and they give you a challenge to make X amount of money before you lose Y amount of money. And if you pass the challenge, then you get an account, and basically they split the profits with you. So they fund your trading, which I highly recommend, because then whatever you have for your own trading that you're using currently, you could either still do or move to another strategy, or just hell, it's at 5%, right? You can slap it somewhere and just have it earning you money. And I think you can get up to, I think it's a $250,000 account with Trade the Pool. So we have a good relationship with them. They're good guys. So then I went with their other, and the reason I did that is because the longer term with the fivers is because, again, I'm a swing trader, so I can't. I don't have the time. I've got a lot of things going on. I do a lot of presentations, blah blah. I don't have the time to day trade. If you want to day trade, you have to heavily focus on day trading. You can't kind of do, in my opinion, you can't do like 2 or 3 things and do it really, really well. I think it's a very focused kind of endeavor. And then again, I'm just not good at it. So, am I in Dish? No. I took a trade on Dish a while ago, but yeah, no. Again, if it meets my setup, I trade it. If it doesn't meet my setup, I don't trade it. And yeah, Dish it was a while ago. I think I traded the round of bottom on that. Don't remember what happened to it. It was either a break even or small gain or small loss, but no way I'd still be in that thing. But yeah, so know what you're good at. I'm just not good at. I just know I'm not good at day trading. I used to be, back when that's all I did, and I focused at a firm. For me, just the longer term being a couple days to a couple week holds, is just something I'm way more focused on because it just fits with my personality better. Right, so coin. I kind of like the look of this one, but it's got to close back up here. We got a lot of these topping tails going on, and that's, I think, a lot to do with the fact that the market or the SPY is kind of a little bit choppy and doing the same, right? This is a good day if you either trade the style like Barry, where you're just focused on whatever that crazy low float runner du jour is that doesn't give any crap with the market, but it's it was the if you're someone who trades like the big name stocks that track the market, it's a frustrating day because the market ain't going nowhere today. We are pretty much inside, at least the body is inside yesterday's range, right? So we are inside this range, and then we're inside this range, and then we're inside this range, right? The market's just, so this is just kind of a choppy environment to be trading, which again is why I'm not really. I've got a handful of holdings that are doing well, and the rest of the stuff I'm trying to see what's not moving with the market. Like this INOQ, this is one that I'm really interested in. If it breaks out of, see the same thing. This is why I wait for the close for a lot of these, right? I need to see a close over 20 on this name. Big breakout this morning and then just crash right back down. So I'm looking for a close over 20 because you can see it rejected here twice. And this is another one that's just an absolute like monster. Massive push up from $3 up to 20 in pretty much a straight line. So My firm frustrated me as an option trader, but I was short on capital. In this challenge, you can't hold overnight. Yeah, for me, I'm not good. There are a number of skills you need to be a good day trader, right? And the main one I think is the ability to kind of block everything out and just insanely intently focus on a single thing. Like I'm just going to do nothing, but I'm going to focus on these 2 or 3 names, that have come through my scanners or my races as big moves, and execution becomes immensely more important the shorter term you get in nature, right? Being right on direction but wrong on a fill hurts way more in the day trading side than the swing trading side, right? Um, so that's why I focus on the swing trading side, because hey, if I buy a breakout on INOQ, but my stop is right here, then it doesn't matter if I get this price, or maybe there is a better fill here or something like that. Uh, so there's more room for error like that. And then but the downside is that when you're underwater longer, because you don't have that turnover effect. You don't get as much of a ability to compound growth, things like that. So again, there's pros and cons to everything. Which is why I always say you got to figure out what you do and what you do well, and what you do well, as opposed to trying to copy what you think will make the most money, right? So that's why for me, everything I do now, it's like if I can't hold for multiple days and look at really long-term charts, then I know I'm going to suck at it. So, it's one of those, not to get all hippie on you, right? But it's like a know thyself kind of a deal, right? Perfect circle trying to short Airbnb because he hates it. Now, I know you know this, but if you need a little lecture anyway, right? The stock market doesn't care that you don't like Airbnb. I think Airbnbs have gone nuts. I used to, because before the pandemic, I traveled a lot for business, and that's starting to pick up now. Like I'm going to Vegas. There's a Vegas conference that I'm speaking at for the CMT at the end of the month. So I'm starting to get back into it. And when I price out a hotel visit versus an Airbnb visit, especially now, it's like on top of it's like, hey, not only do you have to pay to stay here, and you're going to have to pay a cleaning fee at the end, we also want you to clean it before the cleaning fee. And it's again, I agree, it's gotten crazy as a business, but as I'm sure you gotta know this thing's in an uptrend right now. If you're trying to take a shot at it, I think you just need to, if it was me and you're like, I really hate this for some fundamental reason, I would wait for a bearish, as long as you get kind of a bearish reversal candle under that line, then take a shot, and then that's your stop. That's how I'd look at it. But right, you've got this kind of rate rising 200-day moving average now that just changed from a declining 200-day. That's a very simple way to denote trend. If you're above an rising 200-day moving average, most technicians will say, hey, you should stay out of this, right? If you're below a declining 200-day moving average, that's probably when you could short. But yeah, if you want to take a shot, right, it's very clear kind of an area right here. If it's above 150, 153, 155, um, but again, I wonder what the anchored VWAP is. That from, where's the IPO price? This is a fairly new IPO, isn't it? Is that did it go live January or December 2020? If so, that was pretty good timing. Right. So the other thing, right, anchored VWAPs from IPO prices can be significant. You see it overshot that and it sold back down. So maybe you say under that and you stay short as long as you're under the anchored VWAP from the IPO. But right, I don't, again, if you want, I think me and Barry already ragged on Peloton today, but if you want evidence that shitty companies can go up in price for incredibly long periods of time, you can just look at Peloton, right? You can look at GameStop to say, right, shitty companies can go up a lot, but that wasn't a long period of time. That was over and done in like a week. But Peloton went up forever. How long? What was the PTON? Like Peloton went up for like a year and a half straight. And yeah, so from March 2020 to, so a year straight of just relentless bid. And as people are making jokes of this is a bike with an iPad strapped to it. And then again, nothing changed in the sales of Peloton from here to like here, right? So from 150 down to like 75 when it got cut in half, that's when the fundamentals started to catch up. So just because you hate it, you could be right that you're hating it, but right, you got to wait for the market to align with that. And it's the same with, if you have something you love, like you may have a company that no one's ever heard of, but you love. What was I looking at a while ago? I was looking at the Zevia, I think is it gone now? ZVIA. I was looking at this one because I don't know if people read the news, but this stuff, aspartame, which is in Coca-Cola, and it's anything that tastes sweet but has like low calories or 0 calories, is sweetened with aspartame. And then the WHO basically said, hey, it's carcinogenic. It gives you cancer. Maybe you should cut it out or have less of it. And I like these things, just personally. They're just like pops. They taste like pop, but they're sweetened with stevia as opposed to aspartame, right? So I was kind of thinking about this. I was saying, well, if aspartame is killing everybody, then maybe this thing will start to get some legs, maybe as people switch to it. Again, I'm not a fundamental guy, so I was just pulling out my ass. And partly I was like, hey, maybe Coca-Cola just comes along and buys them, kind of thing. But then I brought up the chart, right? And I think I even tweeted about it. It's probably when it was in this area. So I just kind of, the way I look at it is it doesn't matter. I could be right on my idea, and Coca-Cola could come buy it for like $10 tomorrow. And I go, oh, that sucks. But I can't be involved with it because it's under a massive overhead resistance point and it's in a downtrend. So, you can basically, I don't care why anyone gets an idea, right? Trade ideas, we're an idea generator, right? So I get my ideas from these scans that are looking for strong stocks that are consolidating. That's where I get my ideas. If you get your ideas from a fundamental catalyst or a volume catalyst or whatever, that's great, right? But you just have to wait for the price to agree with you. Right? Otherwise, you're just someone who's basically putting money into shitty ideas as stocks are tanking. Because generally, the problem with people who trade like a pure macro idea, or like that idea I had with the aspartame or earnings per share or whatever it is, the problem with those people is usually they just, especially when it comes to like fundamental stuff, well, the cheaper the company gets, then quote unquote, the better it is. But if you just said, hey, I like this company because of this fundamental reasons, but I'm going to wait for an uptrend to commence and I'm going to buy into an uptrend. That's how most institutional firms work, right? As someone who worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years, I can tell you that, where, say the portfolio manager has an idea, he likes Apple for whatever reason, they will then have a technician on board that says, okay, you can like Apple for whatever reason you want, but you got to wait till it hits XYZ to buy it. And you're wrong if this happens, right? So, again, whatever your idea generation, just make sure you've got kind of both of those going. What do I think of cocoa? I think this stuff is, like, personally, I think it's disgusting. I hate it. I hate coconut water, especially. My wife buys this stuff sometimes, and I think it's absolutely disgusting. But I own a bunch, like I talked about earlier. I bought it as it was breaking out right here, right? Just because we had it was on this scan actually, and it's just because there's a really strong name that it was consolidating very, very tightly. So I bought some on the breakout. My stop went down here. I think it's gross, but that doesn't matter. If I can make a bunch of money off them, maybe I can start a boycott.
Michael,
Barry,
you have to promise me one thing, though.
Uh-oh.
You have to promise me that even if a tobacco stock was moving higher, you wouldn't buy it.
I
You have
would
to just promise me there. Okay.
buy the crap. If there was a puppy kicking company and all they did was charge people to kick their puppies, and that's how they made their money, and it was in a solid uptrend and put in a solid setup,
Oh,
I would
Michael,
buy that company.
No, you're morally repugnant.
I got the same thing when I was talking about back before energy really started breaking out. I was talking about it. I remember I got in a fight with some guy on Twitter who was just like basically calling me a bad person because I wanted to buy oil. I'm like,
well, okay.
I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
bud. I don't care.
That's taking it to the extreme, but I do understand.
It's like, how dare you support
will come
these? Yeah, how dare you support these companies? And it's like, I don't care. My job is one only. And this is, I think a lot of people, if they just get their narratives away out of their trading, we all know the people who still think AMC is a good investment. Like, if you get your narrative out of the way.
One person who thinks that, Michael. One person.
That's it. Geez, 77 cents. If you get all that out of your way, it just makes your life so much easier. Like, I see a lot of people that do, and I do a lot of Twitter spaces, and I get in there and they're talking about how, the CPI print is going to change what OPEC does and how this, and they're trying to do, like, paint this entire picture of, like, everything in the world. And I don't know if it's like makes them feel smart or whatever they're doing it for. And I'm just there like a monkey who's eating a crayon and just saying, oh, it's a nice looking bull flag in, was it CBOE? Yeah. And that's all I care about. I don't know.
Okay, but here's my only thing about, say, tobacco stocks. Okay, there's thousands and thousands upon thousands of other stocks we can trade. Surely I can eliminate the 3 tobacco companies from that list. Okay, that's all I say.
Maybe, but then it's like,
nope. There's no maybe.
Where do you draw the line? What about the?
I will draw the line. I will not.
What about the companies
tobacco stock
that deliver? What about the company that does the banking for the tobacco stock? They're kind of implicit. Will you not trade those now? Do you need to look up?
Well, I don't trade banks, so I guess.
What about the fertilizer company that provides fertilizer? Can you not? It's like, you know what I mean? If you start down that, that's why.
Yeah, but the fertilizer company does a lot of stuff with many other companies. So
do they? What if there's one that's a sole? What if there's one that's the sole provider or 90% of their income on cost?
Well, I'll make sure I know about it, then I won't trade them.
I'm just being a jerk now, but
I know you are.
Have you ever heard? I feel like you might be a guy who studied philosophy too, but have you ever heard of Loki's wager?
You mean Loki as in the god of mischief?
Yeah, it's an old parable about how, like, as soon as you do something like that, it becomes weird. Just like, you're okay with supporting the companies that support tobacco stocks, but not tobacco stocks. And basically, it was Loki pissed off a bunch of dwarfs, and he made a bet with them, and he said, okay, you can, if I lose this bet, you can cut my head off, but you're not allowed to cut any bit of my neck, right? And he lost the wager, and it became this whole thing, like, where does the head start and the neck end, and there's no real answer. It's just all a bunch of. So anyway, every time I hear I won't do this, I'm like, well, but you'll do, right? Like, at what point is the actual cutoff? So for you, it's the companies themselves, but the companies that support them are fine.
I'll be blissfully ignorant of the companies that support them. Okay, I won't know that, but I do know a tobacco stock when I see it,
I'm
and
gonna
I will
tell you
not do it. Michael, I won't do it. I won't
every
do it.
every trade you call out from now on, I'm gonna go into heavy research to see if they have any relationship
Do
to
it.
tobacco stocks.
Do it. Okay, because
I'm gonna
most
buy
of
a
the stuff,
Bloomberg
as you
terminal
know,
just
I
for
just
this.
trade garbage, Michael, according to you. So most of them have nothing to do with tobacco.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with trading garbage. Your money takes the bank takes the money from trading garbage. That's for sure.
Exactly, exactly. So believe it or not, I'm actually kind of waiting on this on this stupid well, you know what? It popped over 10 briefly, NWGL. I was all set to hop in it. Luckily, it came right back down underneath 10, and so I'm still waiting on it. And because, I just have this feeling with these China stocks, well, maybe it won't be today, but I'll certainly have it on my radar because I don't think they're just gonna kind of wither away and die. There's just too much.
No, you're
Too many.
right, but you're also right that this is not the kind of stock you dip by, right? This is one of those things that
No, 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 no,
you got to be
no.
punching in as it's making
Yeah.
because if nobody ever cares about this, I see it's only done 1 million shares today, but if nobody ever
Mhm.
ever cares about it, this thing will just probably drift down to like $5.
Shoot, Michael, I cannot remember the stock, and we looked at it earlier today, and it IPO'd or was a SPAC that turned into a stock, trading stock. And it did nothing. It was a China stock. I think it was around $4. I wish I could remember. Then maybe somebody on YouTube will remember. We talked about it. Did nothing for about 3.5 months, and then the last little while, it has just exploded. So it went from four. I wish I could remember the name of it. It just happened today, and
Well,
I
yeah,
said,
there
"Guys,
was
remember?"
someone asking about what was the fundamental reason that VSF was falling, right? And my
No, it wasn't
response,
that one though. It wasn't that
um,
one. But yeah, there's no
but
fundamental reason.
yeah, it's the same
Yeah.
thing with so probably what happened to, and I would imagine you could track these things. That one that popped out of nowhere, probably what happened was there was some bit of news or something announced, and some Discord room somewhere,
Hmm.
right, punches into it, and they're so low float that if you get one group of people to punch into it, then it hits everybody's scanners and everyone's
Right.
radar, and then it starts, right. It's the whole, like, it's like we're getting a tulip mania a day now. It's wild.
Hmm.
um and at some point it will come to an end, but until then I've joined you in a couple of them too, right? If
I don't
I'm
know if it's going to come to an end because I mean this has been going on for years. I mean, there are always going to be some stocks that are going to do this. I don't think that's ever going to stop. I really don't.
no, but I just think the frequency of it, right?
The frequency, sure.
At some point the SEC is getting involved with these things that are
Hmm.
the ones that are going from like a buck to like the HKDs of the world and
Hmm.
things like this that are just going absolutely insane. Soon there's going to be enough rich people that are mad that they do something that's gonna. But that's just
Yeah.
right. It's the nature of trading. There's always the games always change. It's our job
Okay.
to find the new one.
The only game that doesn't change is I won't trade tobacco stocks.
I'm gonna YOLO all of my money now. I'm gonna double mortgage my house and go all in on a tobacco stock.
BTI, I think that's a. I think is that British Tobacco or isn't that a tobacco stock? BTI.
I have no idea. Like
Okay. Yes, British American Tobacco Industries. Okay.
I wouldn't
Look at
buy
that,
this one
Michael.
anyway.
Actually, it's breaking out nicely. You should be buying it.
No, I was about to say this thing's in an awful downtrend on the
Well, I
weekly
see
chart.
3 days up, but I see you're looking at the yeah, monthly
Time
chart probably. Boy,
time
my
frame is
voice is
everything.
going. Yeah. All right, Michael, I better take over and get back into the other room. Always a pleasure to chat with you once a week.
Absolutely. I will
Okay.
talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. Let's see, get my music going. Man, it's so bad word annoying. I almost got back right into it. It looked like it was going to start to move back up to that 521 that I'm waiting on. And I was just set to pull the trigger. Few more shares than I took the first time because I thought, okay, maybe the second time it really will move, and it just didn't do it. So I did hold off though, and it just didn't do it. The Merchant of Venice, David. Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's see. Anything interesting happening? You know, I never got back on the OFIX. It's been pretty good though. I mean, I just did not get back into it. Was sort of thinking that it was just not going to do what it's doing now, but it's almost at an all-time low now. Actually, it's at an all-time low. Tomorrow will be interesting to see what happens with it. Will it continue down right from the beginning, or will it have any sort of a bounce? Now the people saying, okay, your board did the right thing, got rid of all the bad people. It was a coin flip too for me. It was either going to be finger or NN, and I just like the NN a little bit better. But the finger was the one, and I'm talking about the FNGR. That would have been a way better one. I mean, it's pulled back severely now, but from the initial alert of about a $7 break, it got up to 760 before it finally pulled back. Whereas NN went from 5 to 520, just not good enough. So Todd, if you're still in the room, you know what you should do. You should take a look at stocks that announce private play or fundings and see what they do. Do it for, I don't know, give it a month and just see. Maybe you've hit on something. I don't know. I don't think that's the case, but certainly as an outlier, CRNX. But just keep track of the ones that do announce a financing and see what happens. So what to say about the market? Okay, so we had this big downward move at the beginning, and it got down to 446, and we've had a little bit of a move up now. So as Michael, if you were listening to Michael in our YouTube room, I mean, you're trying to trade large cap stocks that kind of track the market. I mean, you've got a problem. I mean, it's just very, very choppy. That's why it's nice with trade ideas, with the relative volume filters and the abnormal option activity. You find the stocks that are trading abnormally that typically don't care that much about the market. Still doesn't make it super simple, don't get me wrong. But at least you can find stocks that don't care as much about the market as the Metas and the Amazons and all the large cap stocks that most people follow. Meanwhile, looking at NN, I mean, the volume has just dried up. I mean, that's one of the issues, of course. So every time you get these little breakouts, they're not really breakouts because there's no volume. I mean, there was a lot of volume at the beginning of the day, of course. The 930 candle typically is the biggest candle of the day for most stocks. And then the volume has dwindled. And so even though you're getting sometimes these little breaks, it's just not on volume. So that is really, when I saw this little break here, and then I saw the volume. I said, yeah, a little bit of a volume push, but you need something like this. I think you're going to need about something That was about 150,000 shares. It's not the absolute number, but in relation to previous volume bars, I want to see something that takes that out. And that's the 1115 volume bar. Because just look what's happened. I mean, the interest is just, gone nowhere. Yeah, that high flyer from last couple of weeks, THTX is finally getting I don't think it's shortable. No, not shortable for me. THTX finally getting some selling. But even today though, I mean it got up to 333. What a run from a dollar one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. It went from $1 to 333 before finally the profit taking starting. You would think, maybe there'd be profit taking here, here, here. I mean, there was some, you can see topping tail. So certainly they did not close at the highs. Yesterday, though, it did. I mean, basically, THTX closed at the high of the day, a couple pennies below. But now the profit taking is really taking an effect. And who knows, maybe it goes right back down to a dollar. Not shortable for me, though. When I say that, I don't mean it. I mean I'm unable to. Okay, there are no shorts available. Interactive brokers. All right, let's take a look at Apple. If it's responding, what are they supposed to come up with? A iPhone 15 that's supposed to happen today. And isn't the big sort of the buzz is that they're finally going to have get the sort of a universal connector now, so that it's not going to be an Apple. I don't have any Apple products, so I'm sort of trying to paraphrase what I read. So the charger, I guess what I'm talking about, the charger, it won't be a proprietary Apple charger anymore. Whatever they're saying, though, it's not creating any excitement yet. NTRS rebound. Let's take a look at NTRS because that was just getting slammed early on. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you can, I mean, it's so difficult. I mean, there it is, 69.81, and then later on, even the next candle looked like it was going to drift down too. What am I thinking? I just certainly do not specialize in trying to find these bounce plays. The VWAP, 72.61, so it's above the VWAP right now. Where do I see the VWAP? I just look at it. I don't bother putting it right on the chart. Okay, I just look at it because I'm always looking at my single stock window max. Every time I click on an alert, yeah, I check it, but then I'm always looking at my single stock window. I want to see what the volume is, what the relative volume is. I can check out what the VWAP is. Okay, this is in my single stock window. If you can see it, you can have this too. I mean, these are just the things I like to see. This is all customizable, of course, but this is just the stuff I like to see. These are just filters. These are just our filters. If you right click, configure. So these are my selected columns, but here are all the different filters that you can use. Okay. And actually there are more. Yeah, way more. Here are well, it's every single filter that we've got. Okay. So if a person is looking for more fundamental, earnings per share, quarterly growth, stuff like that. Of course, you can put that in here. I don't care about that stuff, but this is what I care about. Okay, Brooke. Yeah, you too. I'm actually, believe it or not, guys, I was saying to Michael, NWGL, I almost got back in it. Well, not back in it, but got in it for the first time. I was waiting for a 10 break. It broke 10. I had my finger on the submit, and then it just dropped immediately. So I've re-input around 10:20 just in case it has a late day run. Totally, it's a casino play. I mean, I guess I'm just calling these things what they are. They're casino plays. All right, guys, I will do my video now. At least I have something I can do a video on. So what time is it? 113. So say 114, 124. So I shouldn't take this long, but I don't think I'll go into the marketing meeting today. Hey guys, so I will mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm now back. And look at FNGR on the move again, guys. I mean, this still has some room. I mean, it's got room. 816 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it still has some room. Big comeback for it. Sort of reminds me of the THTX, it had this big run. The only difference is that THTX kept moving down, down, down. This one stopped and then popped up higher. But it is pretty choppy right now. I'm assuming my noise canceling is working because the leaf blowers were right outside. Nobody heard. Hmm. Somebody took SLRN, I think, on a bounce early this morning. I think somebody took that. I mean, maybe an overreaction to their the results is a drug. What? All right. Well, there's a little pop now for Apple, guys. Okay, coming out of this little consolidation, I suppose. A little bit of a pop. Again, sort of. I mean, look at the market. Look at Apple. I mean, look at basically Apple is the market right now. Almost exactly mimicking the SPY. Okay, so law, this is still down for the day. CS Disco Incorporated. Okay. Anyway, law is down for the day. Don't know why. Co-founder. Okay. So the co-founder exits. Oh, let me get rid of my announcement. So the co-founder exits. I didn't see this one. Wish I'd seen this one. Wasn't trading very much, I guess, in the pre-market. Okay. So AI powered legal technology. So it's trying to come back. Law, LAW. Let's see. Was this planned? Probably not. There we go. JP Morgan said that prior to Monday's announcement, had not indicated plans for a CEO change. All right, and then are you going to do it to me? No, look at this. Look at this. Well, there was a little bit of volume that came in, though. A little bit of volume. Boy, it popped right up to 523 and right back down. A little bit of volume coming in, though. But it can't hold that. It needs to hold over this 521. 521. That's that weekly high. Keeps holding the VWAP though. 501 is the VWAP for a double N. All right. This might be shortable. OVV. I mean, I know it's shortable for me, 3 million shares, but it's coming right into that high, 48.05. The next high is 48.22, and then 40, say 48.22. So you would think maybe 48 will block it. I mean, it's been a great run, OVV. Whoa, no, look at Axla. Wow. I was thinking about it, but thinking doesn't count. What a move. 30% move because I didn't see it until it hit a dollar. So there's a 30% move. Look at the market. Whoa, look at the market. Now this has got nothing to do with that, but look at the market. Ripping higher out of consolidation. I bet you Apple is looking exactly the same. Yeah, look at that. Apple is the market right now, guys. Man, oh man, Axla, AXLA. Wow. Well, the next high looking left on the weekly, it's right there, 133. If it takes that out, the next high is 152. What's happening with this one? What is it? Biological product? Okay. Or biotech company? Shoot. And no, this is not controlling the market, even though it looks like it is, actually. I sort of remember that Bala. Yeah. The Axla. Yeah. I mean, it came from 9 cents 2 weeks ago. 9 cent stock 2 weeks ago. I think they did a reverse split, didn't they? Maybe not. No, maybe not. 26 million in the float. All right. So this was a patent grant for a long COVID fatigue drug. Okay. No reverse split. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's any specific news for this. I mean, I'm joking about Apple, controlling this, but I mean, the Apple chart and this one look virtually identical right now. For AXLA, let's take a look. I don't know if there have ever been shorts for me. 68,000 at Interactive Brokers for AXLA. Yeah, 68,000. Look at the volume. 66 million shares, 26 million in the float. I'm surprised this NN is not moving a little bit more. I really am. I think that 44 million in the float is certainly not a large float, but yeah. So this one is definitely moving well. I call it better in terms of a percentage move from when I had an initial alert for finger FNGR, but certainly choppy. Oh, Apple is definitely having their event today, Luca. There's yeah. I don't know. I mean, there's only four, I mean 4.7. If we can believe this number, 4.7% is short for AXLA. I mean, that's not a huge number. Ah, okay. Well, those numbers are yeah, updated twice a month. So say the 15th, unless the 15th is a Saturday, which I guess it is. So they're updated twice a month. I want to say, just to be easy about it, 15th and 30th every month. So it's possible it is more. All right, guys, I am watching NN. I'm watching to see if it really wants to bust out of here because I mean, if it does, I mean, there's room. 570. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high in the weekly chart. And some volume. You can see the volume spike that came in, and it popped it up, but the volume just didn't continue. I don't like the spread on it either. I mean, a nickel spread on a $5 stock, 4 cents now, 521, 525. Talking about the NN, double N. And this is kind of the first week too. I mean, it's not like this has been on a tremendous run. This is the first week. I mean, it's not a nice run here, but the last few weeks, it just kind of really done nothing. So this is kind of the breakout week for double N. So I don't feel like we're chasing it. I think if we get like a bid 524, ask 525, I think that'll be reasonably bullish. Right now it's 521, 525. and volume has, tailed off again. Where's that VWAP? 502. So yeah, safely above the VWAP. Man, guys, I mean, I just don't want to miss it if it pops really in a big way. Just don't want to miss it, but I don't want to take it yet. I'm talking about the double N. I already took a loss the first time on it. Whoa, Apple Watch 2 Ultra, $799. And them are US dollars. I know it's not them. See, the problem is I can't just put a price alert because because it could pop right through and I can try to put a price alert, I'll get alerted, but meanwhile, the CRNX just makes another new high, guys. So the Apple iPhone 15 has just been announced. What price? All right, guys. Well, let's see. Let's see if this starts to move. I'm talking about the double N. Uh-oh. Wish me luck. Hope I don't have that cascading effect. No, no, no. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if this NN has any legs now. Don't like the fact it fell back a little bit, but ah, somebody at insider buying for Bull, BOWL. All right, I'm out of it again. Okay, that's enough. I hate this thing. I hate it. I hate double N. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It can jet without me. I don't care anymore. Well, where could this go to? Okay, so the next high looking left, what do we see? 133. And then after that, 152. And a fantasy level will be 188. You're right, they're gone. No more shorts available at Interactive Brokers for 8XLA. The double N, Marty. I've traded it twice now. It just won't break out the way I want it to. That's all. Double N and N. Gave me the setup I was looking for, took the trade, just didn't work. Yeah, this is one to watch tomorrow or, next couple of weeks, the NWGL. And I'm talking about the NWGL. I refuse to believe it's just going to sit around here. Guys, what was that stock I mentioned that we saw this morning? It was another one of these China IPOs that did nothing for the first at least 4 weeks, maybe even 2 months. I think it started with an M. And then today, I just can't remember the name of it. And then today, or in the last little while, it has just ran after doing nothing for at least a month. Look at this GCT all day. Just a little pop up here. The next low looking left is 1325. Hmm. Gosh, GC I don't know if there's any news on GCT or just profit taking. I don't see any news on it. Is the China stock, I don't know, maybe it's just unbelievable profit taking now, wiping out a few days worth? So what does this mean? I don't bother. Um, this Polaris, P triple I? No, P3 Health. Sorry, I thought there was okay, P3 Health. Well, it's having a nice couple of weeks, isn't it? 3 weeks actually. $1.36 last 2 weeks ago. 284 now. Fantasy area would be up here around the 556 level. Meanwhile, OFIX just made another new low. Guess I just should have watched that one all day and shorted it about right here around 1471. When you mentioned that SFWL, and if it gets to 13, it could have a late day run. We have to get up to about 13 though. I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart. You can see right there with highs right there. It's over that 13. It's trying to curl back. But as usual, guys, need some volume. I mean, the volume, is just dried up. Meanwhile, no, this has been a theme of the day, guys. GCT just keeps making new lows after new lows after new lows. Now there's a low right there, 1333. Maybe that'll stop it. And if that doesn't, then 1261 is the next low. I've got that NN thumbnail. I'm going to unthumbnail it. I don't even want to be tempted. I guess Oracle did not have a bounce, did it? No, no bounce at all. Man, look at this. The next low looking left is 104.39. That's on a weekly chart for Oracle, ORCL. There you go. There's a universal charging port now for Apple instead of their proprietary one. I'm just hearing that. That was the rumor, and the rumor has come true. All right. Well, now it's official. It is now an all-time low for OFIX. Still wasn't easy though. I mean, I'm just looking here at the 15-minute chart. I mean, it still, moved up and down, topping tails and bottoming tails. Wasn't, super easy. You would have had to take in fewer shares with wider stops in order to stay in this, in my opinion. $800 for a watch. US. Man. Hey, AXLA is kind of basing a little bit, actually. It's kind of basing a little bit, topping tail and bottoming tail. Maybe this gets running again. It's got some room. Next, 152, and then 188 if it ever really got running. Yeah, it's frustrating when that happens, Doc, when you look after, and you see afterwards what happened. And what do I think of a firm, AFRM short? Let's take a look at AFRM. Well, I know you're looking at the 15-minute chart. What I would see, I mean, 24 could hold it. I mean, I guess if it broke down through 24, but you look at the day, you look at the 15-minute chart, you've got a couple of right at 23.93, and that's the VWAP. So, okay, so that's what I think about it. It's got to take out the VWAP, number one. Yeah, I'm trying away from the AXLA. I mean, you have to take a few shares to make it worthwhile, and I just don't have the confidence. Because yeah, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, the bottom of that candle, that's a 20-cent stop for a 140 stop. I mean, it wouldn't matter if it went up a dollar, of course, but I don't know what's going to do that. Oracle keeps moving down, man. ORCL, Oracle just keeps moving down. Another new low. All right, guys. Not seeing too much right now. I mean, this AXLA just may run without me, but that's okay. I can't put a stop in that I like to make it worth my while. Meanwhile, look at the market. Probably Apple is doing the same thing, right? Yeah. So as we speak, Apple is the market, guys. I mean, amazing. Look at that. All that right here for Apple. Look at the SPY. Green candle, two red candles, two red candles. So the Apple is the SPY right now. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I just put myself on mute, Jamie. I guess you don't see my little message. I was on mute. I'm kind of tired of this, though. We're getting in this choppy market environment again. Now, a lot of the stuff that we see don't care, within reason. But I don't know, just finding it's getting more difficult right now. So my trading plan when I get into a trading environment like this, I just sort of back off. Doesn't mean I don't trade, but I start to reduce my risk. In other words, if I'm normally risking, say, $500 a share or $500 a trade, and maybe I back it off to 300, just as an example. But just could have shorted Oracle, I guess. Man, Oracle is just this one's got some room, guys. This MODV keeps showing up on a daily reversal. Had a nice day yesterday, reversing today. The next low looking left is 26.52. So it's put $2 to the next low. However, the spread 28.55, 28.72. So the spread is a little tough. Nice $4 drop though from the highs, 32 down to 32 something. Yeah, but almost a $4 drop from the highs. Yeah, we were talking about coconut or cocoa in the YouTube room, or they were. I was listening. Yeah, I tried it once. I really did not like it at all, but it doesn't matter. Look at this all-time high. It's pulling back finally, but tastes a lot better when I put a bunch of brown sugar into it. But I guess that sort of defeats the purpose. There you go, John. So you know what? You're obviously their target market, target audience. Earnings, Jamie. Oracle's getting hit because of earnings. ORCL, yeah. Earnings after hours yesterday. So you can see yesterday closed at after hours around 115. Opened this morning about the same, and it's was drifting down since then. And I did not read, anything about it. Don't have to really read, do I? Oracle's cloud boom is unfortunately relative. Okay, whatever that means relative to other companies, obviously. Here we have, but 73 cents, 74 cents. You should check. I get everything I do is in US dollars, so I always love a low dollar. Yeah, 74 cents. Okay, I guess leeway's got a little bit of room. I mean, the next high looking left is 140, 146. It's at 11.15 right now, kind of breaking out. No volume though. 157,000 shares. That is 11.89 times normal, but you know what? The absolute volume is a very low float, 3.9 million in the float. So consequently, I'm not interested. Well, how crazy is this? How is that possible? I don't have the volume. Just give me a moment. That'll help me. Probably wouldn't. Well, I'll still click on it, but so now that I've made a change here, everything is gone from before. But Crus, I don't think I've seen that one today. CRUS. Oh, that's why. It's just happening now. Now look at the volume, 281,000. All the like more than half the volumes right here for the day. Well, I guess there were a couple of clues for the cocoa. I mean, some topping tails. One, two, three, four. Couldn't get through. Crust is apple related. Okay. Well, Marty, I know you hate you hate the taste of it. So you know what? They sometimes say short what you or trade what you know. And so you hated the taste of this cocoa, the water, and you were bound and determined to short it. Real thinks it might have something to do with Apple. Cirrus Logic, Crust, CRUS, might have something to do with that. Apple. Can't confirm that. Wow, look at that topping tail and boom, right back down. Well, I'm glad I did not dive into the AXLA. You'd think there'd be some news, a headline about it if it had something to do with Apple, but definitely would be a delayed reaction though, unless Apple is just saying something that has something to do with these. They may not be using like Cirrus Logic in whatever or they may not be saying them, but maybe people know that they're using some chip. I don't know what they do. I do not know what these guys do. I can look. Guys, it looks like 3 o'clock will be it today. William has taken off already. Slacker that he is. But in all seriousness, I'm just kidding. Of course, he's been gracious enough to keep the room open till 4 most days, but he can't do it today. So I'll be shutting down around 3 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions. So Pepe says Apple abandoned the solid state button idea. That means nothing to me, not being an Apple user, but now, believe it or not, I'm not necessarily giving up on NWGL today. I certainly have an alert set for 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, a little over $10. So if it doesn't happen today, maybe it happens tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute again. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. OFIX just made another new low. But you know what? Look at this two candles ago. It's got almost back up to 14. So, you just how many shares do you take? Where do you put your stop? Oh, so glad I didn't. I almost dove into the AXLA at 140. I was going to take a few shares too, but I'm glad I didn't. Now, you know what is starting to curl up a little bit is SFWL. But I'm waiting to see if it can take out 13 or so. All right, guys, it's 2:24, so I'll talk one last time about my homepage. You know what? I'll make it short and sweet. There's two things to highlight. If you want to take out a subscription, please use my code. Okay, helps the room immensely, helps the room a lot, keeps the room free. Number one, so you can save my homepage link. And sometime in the future, you want to take out a subscription, just click on it and then use whatever code you see there. And then two, my scans are here. Okay, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So you can take a look at these. And if you save my homepage link, of course, then you can take a look at my scans and the big education section anytime. Wow, we on the we W well we on the move again, guys, making new highs. So after the pull back down to 4 and then it popped right back up to 5. My guess is that that is not the I may be wrong. Maybe that is the float, 12 million. Maybe that is already split adjusted. I can't remember when they did their split. So it may be the correct number of shares in the float. Yeah, pretty tough though on these, I mean, they're low floats. You got to be so careful. Your next high is looking left on the daily, 544, and then 586. So I mean, there's still room for this thing to run. And here's the Benzinga headline I love. Shares are trading higher despite a lack of company specific news. So if you're looking for news why this is happening, don't. Now, let me just check. I want to see if there is the same float information. Yeah, that's right. So this is floated. This is split adjusted, reverse split adjusted. 12 million shares for WE. They must have had a whack before because they did a reverse split not that long ago, and it only reduced it down to 12 million. So I don't know how many they had before. Trying to remember when they did it, when they did their reverse split. September 5th. Wow. Yeah, I don't see, yeah, it's not here. Gotta be somewhere though, the reverse split and what the, ratio was. I mean, $6 isn't crazy. And if it took out 6, I have to watch this one tomorrow. One for 40? Okay, thanks. So it had a lot of shares. It had about, almost 500 million shares outstanding. Okay, guys, GCT looks weak again. GCT looks weak again. Had a little bit of a minor pull up, and now it's looking weak again. Pulled up to 1425 or 34 or so. It's looking weak again, GCT. But that day right there, the low is 1333 and it got down to 1328. So that day right there is kind of stalled it. That day is 3 days ago when you look left. Okay, NWGL guys, it is flirting with 9 again. There's the SLRN. I know. Wow, there's the we again. SLRN definitely in bounce mode now, over 12. I know PJ mentioned that one a lot earlier, but it did. Look at that though. I mean, it pulled all the way back down to 1120 before it finally took off again. I just don't know how to trade these. I mean, it's that simple. Well, I could have taken this right around here, I suppose. 11 break, rode it up here, and then taken a lot off, and then I don't know. I mean, it's just difficult for me. I'm not used to trading like that. Yeah, Kava. I had this one. Kava's isn't that an all-time low? Yeah, all-time low. Yes, but look how. I mean, it looks wonderful on a daily chart. Look how choppy it is on a 15-minute chart. For me, just difficult to trade. I mean, these up and down, up and down, up and down, bottoming tails, topping tails. It's just for me personally, just difficult to trade intraday. Believe me, I saw this at the beginning. I thought, oh, okay, all-time low. Let's do it. But again, just way too choppy for me to trade. All right, guys. Well, lottery time. So at this point, I am devoting all my time to this one. Meanwhile, yeah, look at we. Well, there is your next high is 577. And then after that, 586 on the daily chart. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at that bottoming tail. I mean, down to $5, popped right back up to 550. Guys, I mean, if it somehow takes out tomorrow, 6, I mean, this has got crazy amount of room still. Hard to believe it would. I mean, that would be like right now, getting up to 6, probably be almost close to 100% increase. No kidding. Yeah. I mean, that's why you can't walk away. Guys are talking about Morgan Stanley, MS. I know Real mentioned it earlier, MS. Wow. What a move. That's a big move for 1.29 billion in the float to go from 83 to 86. I think BP had some news, didn't it? Yeah, I thought BP. Well, I think it had some news here, and that's what spiked it up, and now it's just giving it all back and way more just now. Okay. Well, 38.52 is the next low is looking left. Underneath that, 37.87, and then if we can really crack that down to 37. But look at we. I mean, we can't excuse me, keep our eyes off this. CEO leaving from BP. Okay, no shorts available for me for WE at Interactive Brokers. Wow, another one. I've never heard of this one before. Cactus Incorporated. What the heck did they do? Cactus Incorporated. Okay, so okay, so in the drilling industry, okay, wellheads, etc. Highly amusing, guys. There's in the Momo and in the abnormal option activity for WE, and in the 10-day daily breakout. So we've got three things. Now, even late, I mean, this is really late, 2:35. You might say, well, why is it so late? There'd be a reason, and probably because I don't know. Probably because I don't know. I mean, it's possible because I see the alert happen at 5:44. It's possible that one of the filters weren't met until here. That's all I can think of. Certainly the relative volume was high. Figure out why that wouldn't have triggered a little bit earlier. It's got 40 cents from the open, so that's not an issue. The open was here or here, $3. So obviously it's way over that. 100% above yesterday's the 10-day. That's it. That's why it's called the 10-day. And yeah. There it is. Yeah, there it is. That's the reason. So that was the 10-day high right there at 544. So that's why in the 10-day daily breakout, it didn't happen until 544. Yeah, I just can't figure out a way to trade these. Be awesome. I mean, 38, 36, the low, predict the low is there. I just can't do it. I'm surprised yeah, 19%. Well, you're right. Now, it's not shortable for me anymore, but I'm sure before that one for, did somebody say one for 40 reverse split, all those shorts are still there. But we'll see if there's a lot of short covering. It's possible. I mean, look at the volume, 39 million. If you're asking me, Captain, I think it's probably, my guess is maybe I don't know how where real found BP. It wasn't me. I did see it earlier. on this spike up, but so it came on his volume scan. Okay. Meanwhile, OFIX just made another new low. OFIX just made another new low. And meanwhile, WE just made another new high. So we've got the tail of two stocks. OFIX making new lows, all-time lows. Certainly WE is not making an all-time high, but what a move. Well, the next high is 668. Why not? 668, the next high. After that, 745. That is looking left on the daily chart for WE. What's the difference? What's the opposite of a free falling? Free falling up. Maybe, yeah, free flying. I like it. Yeah, well, certainly there are not a lot of shorts piling into this right now because there aren't a lot of shorts available. Now we don't know how many shorts were still out there before the reverse split, of course. I mean, this was a heavily shorted stock. It's amazing. I don't think, yeah, we has not been halted today. And if you're wondering why, it's just math. Evidently the math is not up in there. Look at that, 118% now. And then we have CRNX, which is only up 18%. Okay, guys, I just mentioned GCT. It had a pull up and now it's just made another new low. GCT made another new low. Still has some room underneath. 1264 is the next low. Looking left. And look at Finger, guys. I mean, I did my video on Finger today, FNGR. That's from only two alerts today. This miserable one for NN. And then we have Finger, FNGR. Two alerts from our AI today. That's it. What a day for Finger, really. I mean, this looked like the day that was going to, really give it up. I mean, it's had a tremendous run. This looked like the day. And look at the bottoming tail was all red. That was a daily candle was all red coming down here. That looked like the big profit taking day, but nope, not yet. Anyway, well, there's finally a bit of a sell off now for we. Still not a red candle though. The VWAP for we. Pulling back in, no, way above it still. 482 is the VWAP, way above it. Look at this market. Holy smokes. What a schizo day again. Down big, pretty big. And then we had from 11 o'clock, almost except for this little base here, from 11 o'clock until 1:15, nice move up. And then when the Apple event ended, the big move down. But did we care? I mean, well, literally, we Trade Ideas subscribers, no. Neither did we. This is what Trade Ideas is really good at finding these stocks, these outliers, alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to shut down at around 3. So if you have any questions, please ask away. Again, I will stick around if there are questions, but other than that, is that what it is? GCT making a bid for a furnishing company, home furnishing company? After the company entered an agreement as the stalking horse bidder to acquire substantially all of Noble House Home Furnishings for 85 million. Yeah, why in the heck would they do that? Well, they're in the retail. I mean, they're in the retail sector. Okay, that's the sector they're in, I guess. E-commerce. Okay, well, there's a bit of a tie-in. It's not like they're an oil and gas company. Or how about a movie theater buying a gold mine? VP tanking again, so it popped and then it tanked again. BP. This is on the, is it ever? Well, I get it actually looks worse than it is. I mean, it's still pretty bad, but that's only a dollar move. Now the next low is 37.82. Oh, Jamie, you were welcome. You were welcome. I am bushed. 256. So yeah, William is not around to keep the room open till 4, guys. So I'll be shutting down right around 3 today. Tandem flying. Let's take a look at tandem. Last thing I'll do, look at tandem, PNDM. Yeah, I don't see any, well, do I? Don't see any news other than lawyers, of course, screaming and yelling to get involved in class action suits. Other than that, I don't see any news. Why I wouldn't see it is because of the relative volume, 1.23. So it's a little bit low for me to see in any of my scans. But I guess Real's volume scan will pick it up. He doesn't. He doesn't have. This is a volume scan, guys. I mean, this is actually a volume scan. Okay, it's just that my relative volume has to be at least 3. When I say a volume scan, I mean if you look at it, the reason it's called momentum, and so the volume in the last minute is 1,000%. I mean, there's no question this would have been picked up in here, except the current volume has to be at least 3, and right now it's only 1.23. Yeah, I mean, this looks for bursts too. It's the same. It's exactly the same. It's just that you don't have a relative volume. Like, you have any relative volume at all? I shouldn't say exactly the same, but I mean, do you have you don't have a relative volume filter at all? Instead of asking you, why don't I just load your scan? So let's see what you have and see how different it is. So your volume investment, a little less than mine. Okay, all of these, but your current volume. So you have it at least one. That's the big difference between the two scans. Mine is 3 and yours is 1. The other difference too is that you have 5-minute highs, and I've toyed with that too. Maybe creating a 5-minute high, because the problem is I wouldn't see it until it took out this high of the day at 23.31. But you would see it earlier on a 5-minute high. I just worry about getting too many alerts. That's all. There's the COSM. Yeah, COSM popping. Look at this. I mean, all the way back down here. So it gets all the way down to 117, pops all the way up to 160. Okay, guys, any questions? If there aren't any questions, I'm going to wrap it up. Yeah, I haven't closed the room for so long now. I have to remember how to do it. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I will just wrap it up right now. As always, thanks for all the help. Give me a moment. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Room will open. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And Scott, do you have a question in our YouTube room? I haven't shut down YouTube yet. Have you? Do you have a question? Okay, Scott, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, YouTubers, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to shut you guys down now too. So again, I'll open the room. Be on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.